main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, The Yellow Emperor Riding a Dragon. Please recommend. It has been said, since ancient times, that the bright moon on Kayashan Mountain is the most ethereal. Kayashan Mountain is named because it looks like a bridge. On the mountain, there are ancient cypress trees, which are evergreen and towering. The scenery is pleasant, surrounded by mountains and water. The Imperial Mausoleum is on the top of Kayashan Mountain. There is also a huge stone on the top of the mountain, on which is an altar engraved with 5 color patterns. It is called the Immortal Sacrifice Platform, which is used by emperors of successive dynasties to worship Huangling. A dozen feet ahead of the Immortal Sacrifice Platform is the Yellow Emperor's Mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum stands an ancient bronze stele. Every night when the moon shines, the stele will emit a vast green light, as if it contains supreme power and has a magical power that can kill evil spirits. Legend has it that, if a person with destiny comes to worship Huangling, mysterious words will appear on the ancient stele. Unfortunately, no one can understand the ancient words, and it is a pity that no one knows what they say. Huangdi is the first ancestor of the Chinese nation. It is said that he defeated Qiao, the demon emperor who was the leader of the Jiuli tribal alliance, and thus unified the vast land of China, becoming the first emperor in the true sense in Chinese history. Huangdi later divided the 9 states and planned to shock the world. In the end, he rode a dragon to the sky at Kayashan. In order to commemorate his unparalleled achievements, the people built a tomb with his clothes and hats. It is said that before Huangdi ascended to heaven, he always carried with him a precious seal made by refining the essence of the 9 states of heaven and earth, hundreds of mountains and thousands of rivers, and buried it in the emperor's mausoleum. Emperor Zhuan was the first emperor in the world. All dynasties regarded him as their ancestor. No matter who ruled the world, they did not dare to offend the emperor's mausoleum. Instead, they sent heavy troops to guard it from generation to generation, and did not allow anyone to approach it at will. The same was true for the Shang dynasty. 300 soldiers were stationed at the foot of Kayashan. Everyone was strong, wearing armor and never leaving their weapons. They were divided into 3 teams and stood guard day and night. This certainly did not pose a problem for Fang Sui. Under the moonlight, he transformed into an invisible dark aura, avoided the garrison soldiers like a ghost, and was able to enter Kayashan. The top of the mountain was lush with green trees and lush grass. There was a mysterious and yellow aura that enveloped the entire Kayashan. If someone who was good at observing the aura came, they would see that the mysterious and yellow aura was majestic and permeated, as if it could cover the sky and gather in the sky, just like a big dragon, protecting the imperial tomb of Kayashan. Under the cover of such a heavy aura, Fang Sui quietly climbed to the top of the mountain. Fang Sui did not believe that the 9 provinces seal was sealed in the imperial tomb. If there was such a stunning treasure in the tomb, it would have been taken away long ago, but it was certain that this was the tomb of the Yellow Emperor. As soon as Fang Sui reached the top of the mountain, he felt a great pressure in his heart. The aura was upright and majestic, as if the sun was in the sky, which made people feel awe when they came into contact with it. This vast power was emitted by the huge bronze stele in front of the Yellow Emperor's mausoleum. The stele was 6 feet high, as heavy as a mountain, made of bronze, engraved with strange patterns, and located in a sacrificial pavilion. At this time, the bronze stele with the oracle bone script of the word emperor was emitting a brilliant light, as if it was receiving the brilliance of the bright moon in the sky. The 2 echoed each other from a distance, and the scene was breathtaking. Fang Sui turned his head to look behind the bronze stele, but saw the entire imperial mausoleum rushing into his sight. It was 11 feet wide and 9 feet high, containing the numbers 10, 9, 1, and 3, with the ancient meaning of being born from 1, 9 as the extreme, and 10 together, the supreme perfection. The entire imperial mausoleum was square in shape, with an indescribable imposing aura, sitting on the earthen mountains. Fang Sui came to the mausoleum, his eyes were like lightning, and he checked carefully, but did not find any signs that the Imperial Mausoleum had been broken into. Fang Sui thought to himself, could it be that he had guessed wrong? The evil creature and Hell Ryu used a strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking the west, using Hell Ryu to attract Fang Sui's attention, not to let the evil creature take the opportunity to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum for some plot. Fang Sui investigated for a long time but got nothing. Moreover, if the evil creature was really near the Imperial Mausoleum, Fang Sui should have noticed it at such a close distance, and there would definitely not be no movement as it is now. It seems that the evil creature is really not here. Fang Sui frowned. Since the evil creature is not here, things have become a little tricky. There is no place nearby to trace and explore its traces. While he was thinking, he came to the ancient bronze stele and looked at it carefully with sparkling eyes. The stele was dyed with a layer of green light, shining with ancient charm. Just as Fang Sui was looking at the bronze stele, the divine soil in his dungeon seemed to have some kind of resonance with the surrounding heaven and earth, and was faintly vibrating. But after a moment, the surrounding ground also shook and swayed. Fang Sui's mind moved slightly, and he stretched out his finger to touch the surface of the bronze tablet, passing the breath in his body into it, forming a wonderful power cycle, as if connected with it. Suddenly, the green light on the tablet shone brightly, and the light spread out, giving birth to a number of green light spots, shining like stars, floating in the air, circling around the bronze tablet. This scene made Fang Sui feel very novel. The inscription was located among many bright spots, just like the core of the starry sky surrounded by stars, very much like a star map from outer space, and seemed to contain some kind of mysterious principle that ordinary people could not understand. Fang Sui's thoughts flew around, conceiving of various possibilities, but in the end he did not recognize whether the bronze tablet manifested the scene of a starfield in the vast starry sky. Then the inscription on the tablet changed, and countless bright spots intertwined, and actually transformed into a green light dragon, vividly shaking its head and tail, and wandering around in the image, derived from the ancient tablet, which was like the starry sky. Suddenly, the light on the tablet became brighter, and it projected the image of mountains, rivers, and the boundless earth. In the center of the world, mountains, and rivers, a person's back appeared. The back was hazy, but the momentum was overwhelming, as if the mountains and rivers were at his feet. He was wearing a golden robe, like a god descending from heaven. At this time, the green dragon flying around the monument flashed into the picture of mountains and rivers on the monument, and crawled at the feet of the figure standing in the center of the world, as if he could hold up the sky and the earth. The man stepped onto the dragon's back, turned into a ray of divine light, rose into the air, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. This strange scene on the bronze monument made Fang Sui's eyes bright. His eyes moved, and he seemed to be thinking about something. He had seen strange things recently, so he was naturally not surprised by the abnormality of the bronze monument. He had other associations with the picture it showed. Since ancient times, there has been a legend in China that Huangdi rode a dragon and ascended to heaven as an immortal. This is very similar to the scene that appeared on the bronze monument before. But Fang Sui thought of another possibility, that is, the mythical scene of Huangdi riding a dragon is probably not just a legend, but it really happened in the vast land of China, and it may not be the ethereal fairyland. According to the previous bronze tablet, the yellow dragon came from the void outside the sky. In this case, it should have returned to the vast starry sky when it finally carried Huangdi into the sky. This analysis is very reasonable. Based on this, a bolder extension of the inference is that Huangdi may have originally come from the deep and boundless starry sky, and he just stayed on the earth for a short time and finally took off again. Even, the yellow dragon may be a flying tool that the ancient people on earth did not know, or a powerful life that lived in the vast starry sky. Just like the message fragment that Fang Sui saw with the help of the mummy when he was at the dead hill by the Indus River, there was also a brief picture of something moving forward in the starry sky. At that time, Fang Sui already felt that the outline of the thing in the picture was somewhat like a huge flying creature. Fang Sui imagined such a picture in his mind. There are some powerful lives beyond the understanding of ordinary people. They are doing a long journey in the starry sky, and on the way they found the earth where humans are, so they came down to help humans evolve faster. In the end, they returned to the starry sky and continued the endless journey. This speculation is extremely attractive, making Fang Sui's breathing a little rapid. Just as he looked up at the vast starry sky, something strange happened again. It was on the bronze tablet in front of him that there were suddenly countless star-like bright spots, flashing in sequence in some wonderful pattern. A slight vibration sounded, and when the bronze tablet changed abnormally, the ancient tomb, where the yellow emperor's clothes and hats were buried, slowly moved to both sides. The emperor's tomb opened, revealing a deep and mysterious passage. Where does it lead to? A new book. It is the critical time to get grades, and it will be a new week soon. Please recommend and log in and click. It is very necessary. Thank you sincerely. Have fun reading. Chapter 77. Training in the Mausoleum, seeking recommendation on Monday. The top of Kayashan Mountain, under the moonlight and stars, is covered with lush vegetation and trees. Fang Sui stood in front of the ancient bronze stele, his eyes shining with strange light, staring at the cracked imperial tomb on the side. Although the tomb was cracked, it was different from the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere of ordinary cemeteries. A cloud of purple air gushed out from the cracked imperial tomb, which was magnificent, noble and majestic, just like the land of a royal palace. At the end of the passage, a heavy bronze door appeared. It was ancient, and had a pair of dragon heads cast on it, which looked ferocious and domineering. The eyes were inlaid with an unknown strange stone, which was glittering, and looked like a living thing. At this time, the door opened silently, opening the road to an unknown place. Fang Sui did not sense any evil spirit or danger from the door, and no warning signs rose in his heart. After a brief hesitation, he quickly walked into the door behind the opened imperial tomb, and disappeared in an instant. As soon as he entered, the imperial tomb moved silently again and quickly closed, and there was no trace of it being opened from the outside. However, the commotion was not small after all. The soldiers of the Shang dynasty stationed at the foot of the mountain had already noticed something unusual, and some of them were climbing the mountain quickly to check. After Fang Sui entered the imperial mausoleum, he saw a passage with huge stones on both sides, straight ahead. Not only was there no trace of coldness inside, but it was unusually dry. The mausoleum was quiet, and a mysterious yellow gas was steaming everywhere, as if it was the essence of the earth and mountains, nourishing the feng shui veins of Kayashan. The passage was not very long, only a few feet, and Fang Sui walked all the way without any danger. At the end of the passage, a group of churning chaotic mist appeared, blocking the way. Behind the chaos seemed to be an infinite and deep space, which Fang Sui could not see through with his eyesight. He protected his body with the dark energy, reached out and touched it, and found that the chaotic breath was harmless, so he went into it. In his feeling, walking into this mist was like crossing the barrier of a world, and the scene in front of him changed completely in the blink of an eye. There was still mist everywhere, and it was difficult to see more than 10 feet away. It felt very empty. In the center of this foggy space, there was a group of green precious light shining faintly, making the whole space halo faint. Fang Sui moved forward and finally saw clearly that the green light was emitted by a huge jade coffin. The coffin was crystal clear like jade, with green clouds flowing. It was nearly 10 feet high and more than 9 feet long. It was engraved with patterns of mountains and rivers, gathering the essence of the land of Kayashu. The most incredible thing was the mist around, as if it had spirituality, and it echoed with the mountain and river patterns on the wall of the coffin in a mysterious way. With the mist, it transformed into a scene of mountains and rivers, surrounding the coffin in the center, floating up and down, looming. Fang Sui suddenly had a glimmer of enlightenment. The spiritual mist formed into the shapes of mountains and rivers, indicating that this imperial mausoleum was located on a spiritual eye of the land of Kayashu. No wonder the imperial mausoleum was built here. It turned out that it also had the function of suppressing the ki of the earth veins. Fang Sui knew that the coffin should be the emperor's coffin with the clothes and hats of Emperor Jizu and Yuan Huangdi buried in it. He began to approach the coffin. As he moved, Fang Sui discovered another incredible thing. That is, the coffin became larger and larger as he approached it. When Fang Sui first saw this coffin, it was only slightly larger than a normal coffin. Who would have thought that every time he got closer to the coffin, it would grow by 1 foot. When Fang Sui finally came close to the emperor's coffin, it was more than 9 feet long and nearly 3 feet high, like a small mountain sitting in front of him. Such a strange thing is really unheard of. Fang Sui stood under the emperor's jade coffin, like a dwarf standing in front of a giant. He felt a vast pressure coming from nowhere, and felt awe out of thin air. Fang Sui looked up at the coffin, and suddenly found that there seemed to be traces of someone climbing up, and the huge jade coffin lid also showed signs of being moved and offset, as if it had been pushed open not long ago. Fang Sui felt something was wrong, so he jumped up, tapped the coffin wall with his toes, and climbed onto the coffin. He had respect for this ancestor of Chinese civilization. Although he knew that his body was not in the coffin, and it was just a tomb for clothes and hats, he still did not want to blaspheme his ancestors. He did not step on the top of the giant coffin, but took advantage of the momentum of soaring into the air and quickly looked into the coffin. As Fang Sui saw the scene in the coffin, a great warning suddenly arose in his heart. The coffin was steaming with thick dark yellow mist, and it was impossible to see the truth inside. But in the boundless dark yellow, there was a flash of green light, which turned into a sharp sword light, like a dragon flying in the air, piercing towards Fang Sui, faster than lightning. With a clang, Fang Sui didn't even have time to dodge. As he moved his mind, the divine soil in his danshan vibrated, and a dark armor appeared on his forehead to protect his body. However, the solid dark armor was also shattered by the green light. The green sword light almost pierced into Fang Sui's eyebrows. The crisis of death enveloped Fang Sui's heart. At the last moment, Fang Sui shouted lightly, and the golden light in his eyes suddenly became stronger. In his sea of consciousness, the sun's golden meridian rippled, and a golden light overflowed from his eyebrows. The green sword light was resisted by the golden light, as if it fell into the water, and was pushed away by the golden light layer by layer. Finally, with a wail, it retreated back into the coffin. At this time, Fang Sui's upward momentum stopped, and began to fall. It can be seen how fast the change in the previous moment was. When Fang Sui landed on the ground, he slowly let out a breath, and he was also a little scared in his heart. The previous scene was really quite dangerous, life and death in an instant. He suddenly saw a strange pool of blue blood on the ground outside the Jade Emperor's coffin. Fang Sui sensed a familiar evil aura from it, and immediately understood it, smiling. His earlier judgment was correct. The evil creature did come to the Yellow Emperor's mausoleum, and it should be trying to steal something, but it also experienced his previous scene, and was attacked by the sword light that came out of the coffin, and was seriously injured, leaving blue blood. However, Fang Sui knew that the evil creature was difficult to kill. In the prehistoric ruins of the Cliff Palace, he was also pierced in the center of his eyebrows by Fang Sui's netherworld spear, but he did not die. This time is likely to be the same. He was frustrated and seriously injured here, and finally managed to escape. I just don't know if he has successfully obtained a certain strange object when he came to the Emperor's mausoleum. Fang Sui looked around the coffin, hoping to find other clues. No other valuable clues were found. But when Fang Sui touched the mist around the coffin and formed the shape of mountains, rivers, etc., the underworld divine soil in his own Qi suddenly vibrated and operated autonomously, absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth veins in the mausoleum, as if absorbing a kind of nutrient. The spiritual energy that entered the body quickly merged with the divine soil, making its breath grow and become more dense and majestic. Fang Sui happily thought that the dark yellow earth energy in the Imperial Mausoleum was evaporating and spreading. If he practiced here, it would be of great help to himself. He wanted to come here and quickly wandered in this space. Finally, he confirmed that there was nothing else here. If he didn't touch the Emperor's coffin, there would be no danger for at least a short time. So he found a place not far from the Emperor's coffin, sat cross-legged on the ground, leaving only a trace of thought to stay alert, and then closed his eyes, and fell into a state of practice without thoughts, emptiness, and tranquility. But he regarded the Zuaniuan Emperor's mausoleum as a place for retreat. Time passed slowly. Fang Sui, who closed his eyes to practice, gradually began to show mysterious and amazing visions inside and outside his body. First, with the place where he sat cross-legged as the center, the spiritual energy of the earth veins in the Imperial Mausoleum accumulated more and more, and finally rushed into Fang Sui's body like a tsunami. Suddenly, bursts of roars came from his body, and the sea of ki in his lower abdomen and the divine soil of the underworld shook out infinite underworld energy, surging rhythmically. Crack. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from Fang Sui's body. It was the divine soil in the sea of ki. After continuous accumulation, it showed signs of growth. It began to break, and then heal and expand. The breath became more and more powerful and heavy. At this moment, Fang Sui's body was filled with vast underworld energy, like a surging river, and it had flowed through thousands of joints in his body in an instant. Thank you for your various support. Urgently seeking recommendations. Log in and click. Please help. Thank you again. Chapter 78 Izama can eat food. Please recommend. The dark energy in his body was running faster and faster, becoming more and more powerful, like a long river turning into a sea, running and circulating endlessly. And every time the dark energy in his body circulated once, returned to the Danshan, and merged into the Divine Land, the Divine Land would become more solid and stable, growing faintly, sitting firmly in the center of Fang Sui's lower abdominal sea of energy, becoming the source of his power. Until this moment, Fang Sui had traveled thousands of miles all the way from Egypt to the land of China, and had experienced hundreds of battles, big and small, and many life and death experiences, which were transformed into a kind of experience and nutrients, becoming a great driving force invisibly, laying an unshakable and indestructible foundation for his practice. Fang Sui's body was filled with rumbling sounds. After the dark energy circulated countless times, golden light bloomed in his sea of consciousness again, and the light was immeasurable, as if it illuminated every corner of the universe in his body. With a boom, in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, the Sun Golden Sutra opened again, turning into a round of burning sun, with golden light blazing. The sun that appeared in the book suddenly disintegrated into boundless flames, and began to circulate in Fang Sui's body, illuminating his whole body, as if he was reborn from the flames, about to attain nirvana, and become a god. Time passed as Fang Sui practiced. His practice lasted for 7 days in a blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Sui finally woke up from his unconscious practice, as if he was wandering in the world. The strange vision around him slowly disappeared, and he slowly opened his eyes, suddenly seeing an astonishing scene. First, a dark pure black flashed in his pupils, and then a dazzling golden light lit up in the darkness, brilliant and majestic, like a sun born in the dark void, illuminating everything, with profound meaning. Fang Sui examined his body, his mind moved slightly, and in the sea of ki in his lower abdomen, a powerful and endless force immediately circulated, which could circulate throughout his body in an instant. His strength has increased significantly compared to before. Although this practice was not as amazing as the last breakthrough, when he broke through the shackles of life in one fell swoop, crossed over to another level of life, and entered the initial reincarnation recorded in the Book of the Dead. It allowed Fang Sui to integrate everything he had practiced and learned in the more than a year after crossing, which was particularly important for the improvement of combat power. Fang Sui thought to himself that, if he could follow the practice concept of the family he knew before crossing, and be able to draw the breath of heaven and earth, and circulate it in his body, it would be, to enter the innate level. Then his last breakthrough, that is, the initial reincarnation realm shown in the Book of the Dead, should be equivalent to the innate level. This time, he took a more profound step at the innate level. I just don't know what other levels of practice there will be after the innate. What do those levels mean? Fang Sui stood up and looked around, and found that the spiritual energy of the earth veins in the Imperial Mausoleum was obviously much thinner, which showed the huge amount of vitality he had swallowed and exhaled in the past few days. It is a pity that the Sun Golden Scripture still has not completely revealed the words on it, just like it had been dormant in Fang Sui's body for a long time in the form of a meteorite, and never evolved into the original form of the Golden Scripture. The Sun Golden Scripture seems to contain a mystery, not prepared for ordinary people's practice, and it seems that it needs an opportunity to truly open its content. At this time, Fang Sui once again walked towards the jade coffin of Emperor Zuaniuan Huangdi. He released his spiritual power, and the black divine soil in the sea of Qi vibrated, immediately showing a magical scene after the breakthrough, as if he could walk in the air for a short time, and used his spiritual power to transform into an invisible cloud, which carried him up, and came to the top of the coffin in a few steps. Fang Sui looked into the coffin. His eyes were full of light, and the light was scorching, just like the sun shining on the clear sky. This time, he finally illuminated and dispelled the infinite chaotic aura in the coffin, and was able to successfully peek into the reality of the coffin. He saw a bright yellow robe in the coffin, which looked like new after a long time. The material was special, neither silk nor linen. The whole robe had an amazing aura of majesty, which made people feel breathless at first sight. It was really as stressful as mountains and seas. There was no doubt that this was the imperial robe that Emperor Zuaniuan had worn. Under the robe, there was still a lot of chaotic energy, and there seemed to be something mysterious in the depths, but it was no longer something that Fang Sui could see through with his current eyesight. He also saw many strange patterns embroidered on the robe, including mountains, rivers, and land, as well as many mysterious symbols whose functions and meanings were unknown. Those symbols contained an infinitely vast and profound meaning, as if they were explaining the vastness of the world. At the moment, when this imperial robe came into view, a small sword embroidered on the corner of the sleeve of the robe, which looked like a coiled dragon, suddenly fell off, and turned into a dazzling green sword light, which was like lightning, and stabbed towards Fang Sui. Fang Sui then realized that the small sword that rushed out of the coffin last time was actually derived from an embroidery on the emperor's robe. It was really magical. This time, the sword light came, but unlike the last time, Fang Sui, who had practiced more, looked calm. He stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. A ray of light appeared at the tip of his finger, and it instantly evolved into a fist armor. It was clearer than any previous time he had used the art of the underworld armor. It was no longer hazy, and could dissipate at any time, but had a metallic condensed texture. Clang! Fang Sui reached out and grasped the oncoming sword light. The green and transparent sword light vibrated violently and produced fierce friction with the underworld armor wrapped around Fang Sui's palm, making a clanging and deafening sound. At this moment, a strange scene appeared again. A dark aura permeated the hand armor that Fang Sui had formed, tightly wrapping around the sword light. The sword light gradually faded and disappeared in a moment, completely assimilated by the black air, as if it was swallowed, becoming a kind of nutrient, absorbed by the Netherland fist armor. The darkness on the fist armor seemed to be a little thicker because of this. In fact, not long after Fang Sui started practicing, the Netherland Ki had shown the strange ability to devour the opponent's blood and ki when attacking the enemy. At that time, the hand of one of Panlus's followers became as dry and terrifying as a mummy. From this, it can be seen that the Netherland Ki is strange and good at devouring. At this time, the armor formed with the Netherland Ki as the foundation naturally inherited this characteristic. In addition, Fang Sui's cultivation has increased again, and this strange ability to absorb essence and ki for his own use has become more powerful. Fang Sui muttered happily. It turns out that this armor magic can also eat things. He said to himself, there is indeed no legendary 9 provinces treasure seal in the Imperial Mausoleum. The dark light in his hand faded, and he put away the Netherland armor magic power, and turned to look into the coffin again with joy. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. On the Imperial robe in the coffin, more strange symbols were flashing, emitting a strong murderous intent. Fang Sui was shocked, knowing that it must be because of the magical power of the underworld armor and soldiers, which absorbed the previous sword light, causing the seemingly spiritual Imperial robe to vibrate, and more symbols were about to be sacrificed to evolve a killing array to attack. Fang Sui quickly stepped into the air and came to the other side of the coffin. With a bang, he pushed up the crack in the coffin to close it. The murderous intent that was about to rush out of the coffin disappeared as the coffin closed. Fang Sui let out a long breath, and seeing that there was no abnormality in the Imperial Mausoleum, he walked towards the blue blood spilled by the evil creature beside the coffin. It was strange that the blue blood spilled on the ground and did not dry up after many days. Fang Sui showed a trace of coldness on his face, collected the blue blood without a drop left, and then turned to walk out of the Imperial Mausoleum. The sun was rising. Kaiashan, where the Imperial Mausoleum is located, is shrouded in the lush greenery of towering ancient cypresses, quiet and profound. At this time, the bronze stele in front of the Imperial Mausoleum was glowing, and countless light spots reappeared, moving like stars. A wisp of earth spirit rose in front of the Imperial Mausoleum, and Fang Sui appeared from the mist, as if he appeared out of thin air. He was in a good mood, reached out and patted the ancient bronze stele, and was about to leave Kaiashan. This time, Fang Sui accidentally obtained the blood of the evil creature, and he was sure that he could activate the secret technique and use the blood as a medium to find its trace. This time, Fang Sui was determined to kill the evil creature and eliminate the disaster. But at the moment he took a step forward, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. Chapter 79 Killing a Strong Enemy, please recommend. Under the light of the morning sun, Fang Sui's body seemed to echo the blazing sun in the sky, emitting a brilliant light. At the moment, when a warning sign arose in his heart, he stopped moving forward. At the same moment, a sudden change occurred. A shadow that was so ethereal that it was almost invisible swooped down from an ancient tree on the top of Kaiashan Mountain. This shadow was extremely powerful. Before the person arrived, the whistling pressure had already filled the void. Fang Sui felt a huge force approaching like the roar of mountains and seas. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Sui reacted quickly and attacked the enemy the moment he appeared. But the two figures rose and fell quickly, and they had already exchanged more than a dozen moves in the flash of lightning. Suddenly, the two collided head-on, making a loud bang. The strong wind centered on the collision point between the two, making the surrounding trees, as if swept by the wind, making a crackling sound, swaying and almost breaking. It can be seen how amazing the power of the collision between the two was. Their figures fell at the same time after the collision, standing opposite each other, showing their respective figures. The attacker was an old man with a sinister face and strange grey mist in his eyes. It was the evil witch. He used the secret method of witchcraft to sense Fang Sui's breath and tracked him to the vicinity of the Imperial Tomb. He found that Fang Sui's breath had disappeared at this point, so he concluded that Fang Sui must be nearby and had been waiting in the vicinity for 2 days. Because they entered the Chinese area, it was inconvenient for the Egyptian pursuit team he led to travel together. At this time, no one disappeared, and the evil witch came alone. At this moment, Fang Sui really appeared. The evil witch thought that with his own strength, he flew down and took the initiative, and he would definitely be able to take Fang Sui down, or at least force him into a disadvantageous position that was difficult to turn over. Who would have thought that Fang Sui's cultivation had improved further this time, and his combat power was far beyond the evil witch's previous estimation. The two fought, and it was a tie. The evil witch's heart was like a raging sea, thinking that Fang Sui's cultivation was improving day by day, and if he allowed him to grow, he would probably be defeated by him in the near future. With this thought in mind, he immediately made up his mind to kill Fang Sui if he could not capture him alive today. Fang Sui's expression was calm, but his eyes were shining like a beacon. He said slowly, "I didn't expect that you, the evil witch, would chase me into China." The evil witch said sinisterly, "I have traveled all over the world. Where can I not go? It turns out that you have been escaping all the way, and your final destination is here. Hey, if you hadn't led the way, I really wouldn't have known that there is such a huge human dynasty behind the continuous mountains in the far east of the world," he said with murderous intent. "See how you can escape from my hands this time." Fang Sui sneered, "Last time you chased me alone, it seems that I was not the one who ran away in the end." The evil witch's eyes condensed, and he was furious. The last time he chased Fang Sui, he thought that he could take advantage of the battle between Fang Sui and Zanjiana, to take advantage of the situation and capture Fang Sui, but he was calculated by Fang Sui, which caused injuries, and had to retreat. He regarded this as a great shame and humiliation, and now he was exposed by Fang Sui in person, and he was very angry. Suddenly, a grey mist flowed out of the evil wizard's body, and it moved swiftly, attacking Fang Sui lightly like a ghost. At the same moment, his hands showed amazing changes. 5 cold and dim finger rays extended from one hand, faintly emitting an evil curse. He was called an evil wizard, and he was famous for his witchcraft. What he activated at this time was a kind of advanced witchcraft, called the Hand of Curse. If you are attacked by the Hand of Curse, you will be invaded by strange power, which is equivalent to planting witch seeds in your body. Life and death are completely controlled by the evil wizard. As long as he activates the curse power, he can use the curse power, even if he is thousands of miles away, to kill people. At the same time as the amazing vision on his hand, a strange grey pattern grew on his 5 fingers and the whole arm, which was densely coiled on his arm, forming a series of evil patterns, and the breath was extremely fierce. The pattern seemed to have vitality, slowly spinning on his hand, which was extremely terrifying. With his other hand, he once again took out the strange weapon he used to chase Fang Sui last time. It looked like a cone or a knife, slender and slightly curved, and there were also strange spell patterns on it. This time, the evil wizard had already exerted all his strength, and the Hand of Curse he displayed was a powerful evil magic that he had not used for many years. This shows his concerns about Fang Sui. The evil wizard approached Fang Sui erratically, and his hands showed 2 completely different methods. His left hand held a strange weapon, which was as fast as lightning, and seemed to be weightless. In an instant, he attacked Fang Sui with dozens of moves. His right hand was like a heavy mountain, and the speed was very slow. However, every time he swung it, there was a spell power spreading, and the patterns on his hand flickered. Anyone who was slightly touched by it would be in danger of death. He used such completely different attack methods at the same time, and his moves were weird and extraordinary, which showed that his reputation was well deserved and his strength was indeed tyrannical. For a moment, the evil witch really had the upper hand, and forced Fang Sui to retreat several steps. They fought in broad daylight this time, and each showed his skills without reservation. Their might was so great, that they had attracted the attention of the Yin Shang soldiers stationed nearby. A middle-aged general led a whole team of Shang soldiers to the top of the mountain, and looked at the 2 people fighting with a gloomy face. Clang! In the fierce battle, Fang Sui suddenly shouted softly, and strands of dark power flowed and intertwined in his hands. A dark earth divine spear was born in his hand out of thin air. Fang Sui's retreat in the Emperor's mausoleum this time made a great improvement in his combat power, and he integrated all his previous training and gains. At this time, with the dark spear in his hand, he once again used the spear method he had obtained from observing the blood crystal of fair omens. He was really murderous and powerful, and his power was far greater than before. Even if Mens came in person, it would be no more than this. The spear technique Fang Sui displayed was called the Hidden Spear Technique. A dark spear was dancing around his body, appearing and disappearing suddenly. He also used the characteristics of the dark armor that could be long or short, soft or hard. He was truly unpredictable. The spear's momentum changed like a flying horse, bird tracks or fish tracks, and he had already reached the level of master. As soon as he brought out the dark spear, he immediately reversed the disadvantage. In the void, there were flashes of dim light, densely woven like lightning, and the might was terrifying. Even the Shang generals who were watching were moved and surprised. The evil wizard who was fighting against Fang Sui felt even worse. Although he was a powerful man in the world, he could not reach the level of Mens, the pharaoh who once dominated Egypt. At this time, Fang Sui used Men's invincible spear skills, as if Mens was possessed. Relying on the ability of the underworld armored soldiers to change, he was better than Men's spear skills in the way of change. The lethality can be imagined. The evil wizard became more and more frightened as the battle went on. Fang Sui appeared and disappeared without a trace, but his spear attacks contained the mystical principles of heaven and earth, and he gradually showed a trend of being defeated. Hiss. A wave of air suddenly turned out in the void, as if the space barrier was torn apart. In the middle of the layers of airwaves, a spear tip pierced through like a poisonous dragon, and attacked the evil wizard's chest. After all, the evil wizard was extraordinary. Under almost impossible circumstances, he showed his extraordinary skills. With a clang, he used the tip of the strange weapon in his hand to miraculously capture the trajectory of Fang Sui's dark spear and resist the killing power of the spear. But at this moment, the evil wizard's face changed drastically, and he retreated in horror. Even the weapon in his hand fell to the ground in panic. It was Fang Sui's other hand that suddenly grew blacker, and without any warning, he formed a dark short spear and stabbed it. This attack came suddenly. The evil wizard tried to dodge, but he was still injured, and blood came out of his chest. After that, he had lost the initiative and his situation became more and more unfavorable. Suddenly, one of the two figures in the battle withdrew and retreated, showing signs of defeat, and preparing to flee. This person was the evil wizard. He never expected this result. He had chased for thousands of miles, but in the end he would be defeated by a young man who had been chasing him for months. This young man finally became a big problem, and reached a level that could defeat him, the evil wizard. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes widened, and he shouted in shock. A black light flashed in his hand, and he threw out the spear. A black light flashed, and just as the evil witch dodged the spear, Fang Sui took advantage of the situation, and chased after him, flipping his palm and slapping him. The evil witch's eyes showed joy again when he saw it. Since the battle, he has never had the opportunity to get close to Fang Sui, and failed to fully demonstrate the power of the Hand of Curse. This witchcraft is the most bizarre. Once it comes into contact with the opponent, it can take advantage of the situation to invade the opponent's body and show incredible lethality. At this moment, seeing Fang Sui's hand slapping him, the evil witch was immediately overjoyed. This was his best chance to turn defeat into victory. He shouted coldly, "Okay. From now on, your life and death will fall into the control of this witch." The gray hair on his hand suddenly became stronger, and he stretched out his hand and collided with Fang Sui's palm. The change occurred at the moment when the palms of both parties met. Fang Sui's palm suddenly became bright and turned into a brilliant golden color. A layer of flames burned on his hand. After the evil witch and Fang Sui's palms touched, they let out a scream and felt as if their palms were placed in boiling magma, and an overwhelming heat invaded their bodies, just like being thrown into a fiery hell. All the witchcraft powers they had practiced were burned into nothingness by the flames. Suddenly, the evil witch's screams stopped, and Fang Sui's other hand showed the dark spear again, which flashed into the evil witch's chest. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The light in the evil witch's eyes dissipated, and his sinister face was full of disbelief. He died in horror. The wonderful moves, fierce fighting, and strong fighting power displayed by both sides during the entire battle moved the soldiers standing nearby. At this time, the two finally decided the winner. The scene of Fang Sui provoking the evil witch with unparalleled ferocity made all the spectators couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 80 Ghost Village. Please recommend and collect. Fang Sui shouted coldly, and the strange visionary appeared around him. Black air spread, and the undead mummy quietly came out. In its empty eye sockets, black air overflowed, and it opened its mouth to make a silent roar. The mummy opened its mouth wide, and black air rolled in it. It stretched its head, and made a suction motion in a rebellious posture. The corpse of the evil witch began to slowly decompose, and turned into wisps of blood yellow essence, which was absorbed and swallowed by the mummy. This horrifying and rare scene in the world made the surrounding Dashang soldiers who were watching change color. The middle-aged general's eyes were sharp, and he shouted at Fang Sui, "I saw your fighting power before, and I had the intention to recruit you. Who would have thought that you are a demon who can communicate with evil spirits, and have the crime of trespassing in Huangling? Come on. Capture me. If you resist, kill without mercy." The soldiers responded in awe, and stepped forward at the same time. The clanging sound of bronze armor rang out, and the weapons pointed forward, forcing Fang Sui. If he had a choice, Fang Sui would certainly not casually show the mummy in front of people. This guy's definitely not on the right path and looks extremely evil. But at the moment, when the evil witch died, Fang Sui also sensed that the mummy in the underworld had a mental fluctuation. Devouring the evil witch was extremely important to it. After a person dies, the blood will quickly dry up. If there is a delay, the blood contained in the evil witch's body will inevitably be consumed. Therefore, Fang Sui thought about it, and summoned the mummy in front of people. At this time, seeing that there were soldiers approaching, Fang Sui had no hatred with these soldiers, and it was indeed himself who broke into the Imperial Mausoleum first, so he had no intention of fighting them. The mummy has been devouring corpses recently, especially after absorbing the fierce beast that looked like a dragon and a horse in the cold pond of Huashan not long ago. Its power has increased. At this time, it absorbs the corpse of the evil witch at a very fast speed. The corpse shrank quickly, visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared like weathering, without a drop of it. Correspondingly, after a period of accumulation, the mummy that had devoured the corpse of the evil witch seemed to be approaching a very important pass for it. The black fog around it was swirling, much more violent than usual. The black fog was like a ghost wind, with a thick deathly aura, whistling and pervasive, with an amazing and gloomy momentum. The most bizarre thing was that the mummy actually had an extra slender cold blade in his hand, like a magic knife, and even the strange weapon of the evil witch was taken over by it and turned into its own weapon. The scene of the mummy holding the magic knife and surrounded by black fog was really terrifying. Even though the elite soldiers of the Shang dynasty were all strong in blood and ki, they were still shocked when they suddenly saw such a foreign object from the underworld, and they were quite panicked and didn't know how to deal with it. Only the general had a calm face and snorted coldly. On the armor on his chest, a protruding black bat sculpture glowed faintly. The light was outlined in the air and evolved into a vague totem blackbird, which became brighter and brighter. It seemed that it was about to fly out and attack Fang Sui with strange power. Fang Sui thought that this should be the art of totem. No wonder the ancient legends said that all the major ancient tribes had their own totem worship. It turned out that it not only had symbolic meaning, but also could be used to visualize and practice to transcend the mundane power from the totem. Since he was not going to fight these Yin Shang soldiers, his mind moved slightly. The mummy in front of him roared silently again, and the black air around him spread and permeated, surging like a tide, instantly covering the surrounding area of dozens of feet. Suddenly, the black air that could not be seen rolled and moved quickly. All the soldiers were startled. After a moment's hesitation, the black air whistled past, and the momentum was amazing. It left Kaioshin in an instant and disappeared. The Shang soldiers who were left standing looked at each other. Everyone was shocked and silent. After Fang Sui left Kaioshin, he found a secluded mountain and carefully examined the mummy. He found that the breath of death in its body was still growing, and the breath fluctuations were very unstable. This mummy, which absorbed the corpse of the evil witch, seemed to be about to undergo a great change. Fang Sui immediately collected the mummy, and then stretched out his finger and flicked it. A drop of strange blue blood oozed out of the fingertips. This was the blood of the evil creature found in the Imperial Mausoleum earlier. Fang Sui sealed it in his palm in the form of witchcraft. At this time, he used the power of witchcraft to force out the blue blood in his hand and used it as a medium to begin to pursue the whereabouts of the evil creature. But the blue blood in his palm spun and spread out in the air like a strange mirror in which a vague image was reflected, which was the figure of the evil creature. He looked like he was in an ancient huge temple, sitting cross-legged to practice, with a strange blue aura floating all over his body. Suddenly, the scene reflected in the blood disappeared, as if it was cut off by some kind of interference. Fang Sui was not able to track down the exact location of the evil creature in such a short time. He only had a vague feeling that it had left Shaanxi. Then he sensed Hel Rao's breath, and found that her breath was also hidden, and there was no clue. Obviously, Hel Rao, like the evil creature, used some kind of secret technique, or because she was in a special place, she concealed Fang Sui's investigation. Fang Sui thought that just from seeing the blood of the evil creatures in Zuan Yuan's tomb, he knew that the purpose of these two people was as he expected, which was to look for places with mysteries, so as to obtain rare and precious things to quickly increase their strength. But China is vast and rich in resources, and there are countless strange and mysterious places. For a time, even Fang Sui felt that he had no idea where to start. It was really difficult to determine where the two people went. He was free and easy, although he had made up his mind to kill the evil creatures. Since he could not find the traces of the evil creatures in a short time, he had just killed the evil witch, and it was rare for him to relax. The first priority at the moment was of course to practice hard and improve his strength, but based on this, he might as well walk around and see the customs and people of the land of Shenzhou. Increasing knowledge is actually a kind of experience accumulation and practice. When Fang Sui thought about this, He followed a kind of indescribable intuition in his heart, went south from Shaanxi, and began to wander around the land of China. He was still diligent in his practice while traveling. When he stayed in the wilderness at night, he usually circulated his internal strength all night. The sea of Qi in the divine soil grew day by day and kept vibrating, and his cultivation increased day by day. Fang Sui traveled south along the way, and within a few days he left Shaanxi and entered the Sichuan and Chongqing areas of later generations. Although this area was still under the rule of the Shang dynasty, it was the main activity area of tribes such as Bai, Shu, and Yaochao. Fang Sui continued to travel along the Yangtze River. At dusk that day, he suddenly saw a large village among the mountains on the shore. The grandeur of this village is not inferior to that of an ancient city. The tower in the village is made of huge wood and is extremely solid. From a distance, it looks as magnificent as mountains and rivers. The gate of the village is even more magnificent, reaching more than 10 feet high. On it hangs a strange face of a ghost statue, depicting bright and dazzling colors, which looks very fierce. When Fang Sui saw this large village, his heart moved slightly, and he knew where it was in a flash. This place is in the Bashu area. Judging from its location, it should be the location of Fengdu Ghost City in later generations. Fengdu Ghost City is located on the southeastern edge of the Sichuan Basin, and in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. According to legend, there are ghost witches in Bashu Miaojiang and other places, who are good at communicating with ghosts. All kinds of supernatural powers are related to yin and yang, life and death, and they reflect the mythological concepts of gods and ghosts, the fairyland and hell of the Chinese people. The art of communicating with ghosts and ghosts has been popular in Bashu, Yunnan, Guizhou and Miaojiang since ancient times. Some people even call those who practice ghost witch secrets ghosts. The ghost emperor they revere is Tu Bo in Chinese mythology and legends. In the Fengdu area of Bashu, he is said to be the first god of heaven and earth with great magical powers. It is said that the ghost emperor was born at the beginning of all things and holds the power of death, which is the king of hell in later legends. Legend has it that when this ghost emperor came to the world, he lived in Yaodu, which is the Fengdu ghost city in later generations. As the name suggests, there must be ghosts and gods in the ghost city. It has been extremely terrifying since ancient times, and there are countless strange stories. It is a mysterious place connecting the yin and yang worlds. The big village that Fang Sui saw at this time was the location of the Fengdu ghost city in later generations. It was home to the Bai, Shu, and Yaochao clans. It was majestic, yet secluded and mysterious. When Fang Sui saw this ghost village and thought about the various mysterious legends about it, he decided to go into the village to take a look. Chapter 81 Ghost Witch Magic. Please recommend. The setting sun was still very bright, casting golden rays from the blue sky to every corner of the earth. But even under the bright sunshine, the Bashu Ghost Village area was full of yin energy, much darker than ordinary places, with a faint layer of cold fog covering the entire village. The village gate was made of huge wood, with 2 load-bearing main pillars, as thick as 5 people hugging. There were countless strange patterns painted on the pillars, including ghosts, gods, and demons, and even the contents of the underworld in the world of the living, showing the unique and bizarre nature of the Bashu Ghost Witch. Fang Sui walked outside the village gate, and was immediately stopped by several Shu warriors on guard. They had one thing in common, that is, they were all skinny, pale, and had a kind of bloodless femininity. The dresses of several people were also special. They all wore a kind of skirt made of dried vegetation around their waists, which was rendered black, and painted with ghost patterns, full of weird, absurd, terrifying and creepy ethnic characteristics. The leader was about 30 years old, with sharp eyebrows and prominent cheekbones. There was a strange pattern tattooed between his eyebrows, which looked like a bizarre doorway. There was an abnormal black color in the man's pupils. He looked Fang Sui up and down, and said in a bad tone, "You are not from my tribe. Where are you from?" Fang Sui said calmly, "I'm a traveler, passing by here, and saw the extraordinary energy in the village, so I wanted to go in and take a look." Fang Sui's words implied praise, but the leader did not appreciate it. There was a faint light in his eyes, and he said coldly, "We do not allow outsiders in here. Except for wizards who practice witchcraft and ghost arts. Only people who come to exchange items are allowed to enter." You are neither of the two. Leave immediately. Fang Sui said. What is considered a wizard who practices ghost arts? One of the Shu warriors said proudly. Those who worship the Ghost King in their hearts and can communicate with the spirits of the underworld are considered people who practice ghost arts. If they can summon and enslave ghosts, they can be called ghost wizards. We welcome you in. Another soldier interrupted and mocked. There are others who can depict the totem of the Ghost King, and we respect them as the Witch King. Seeing that you have strong yang energy, you are definitely not a ghost witch. If you don't leave, you can't leave, even if you want to. Fang Sui was unmoved and said, how do we define whether the things we summon and enslave are ghosts? This is simple. All ghosts must have heavy yin energy, and you can tell at a glance. Several people answered in unison. Fang Sui thought that, if the standard is used, the dead spirits in the underworld must be ghosts, but he didn't know whether mummies, foreign physical dead spirits, were also considered ghosts in their eyes. Thoughts raced in his mind, and he said, you all have misjudged me. I have indeed practiced the art of communicating with ghosts and witches. The faces of the Shu people suddenly became grim, and the leader said sinisterly, if you dare to lie in front of my Ghost King village, you will be punished. You must tear off a piece of human skin from your back, carve a ghost totem on it, and then stick it back on your back. You will have to carry a ghost on your back every day, and your whole body will be tired. Moreover, every night at midnight, the ghost will suck your flesh and blood, making you suffer for life and suffer unspeakably. Fang Sui was not afraid, but curious, and was moved by the strange ghost and witch arts he talked about. The ghost village guard said again, since you have practiced the art of ghosts and witches, let me ask you, the art of ghosts and witches has two major levels, innate and acquired. It is divided into two major directions, using totems to summon ghosts, and enslave them as servants, and carving ghost totems on oneself to gather the most yin power in the world and practice oneself. Which one are you good at? He sneered and stared at Fang Sui, saying jokingly, or maybe you are a genius in practicing the art of ghosts and witches, who can practice yourself and enslave evil spirits? Several other Shu warriors laughed in unison, showing disdain on their faces, and looked at Fang Sui at the same time. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. On the fierce ghost face totem on his shoulder, strange power was flowing, and the yin energy around him grew. He opened his mouth and spurted out a cold and faint breath, which rolled towards Fang Sui. This is exactly a witchcraft technique. The breath it spews out is cold and invisible, but if it invades the human body, the vitality in the body will weaken day by day, and the body will become weak and sickly. It is indeed a tricky technique that is difficult to defend. Who would have thought that the breath came, but Fang Sui casually stretched out his hand and wiped it away silently without any waves. The faces of these people suddenly changed, and they were surprised. Fang Sui said, whether I have practiced ghost witchcraft, you will know it when you see it. As he spoke, black air whistled around him, like a door opening and closing, and a black shadow lightly appeared. It was a dead spirit from the underworld, filled with death, pure and extreme. The Shu warriors were even more surprised, because Fang Sui's methods were something they had never seen or heard of before. They were all stunned. One of them was ferocious and said, your ghost appeared in broad daylight, and your yin energy has not weakened at all. What kind of ghost is it? Fang Sui thought to himself that this is a foreign ghost of the ancient Egyptian type, but you won't understand, even if I tell you, so there is no need to waste words. He put on an unfathomable look and said lightly, can I enter the village now? The few people looked at each other, and the previous contempt and mockery disappeared. The leader was also frightened by Fang Sui's mysterious methods, and his attitude changed. He said, please invite the witch to enter the village. The scene in the village opened Fang Sui's eyes for the first time. It was like an ancient city, with an area of more than 10 miles inside, where people from various tribes such as Bei, Shu, and Yaochao lived. Most of the buildings are made of wood, with different shapes. The most special thing is that there are houses built naturally on big trees. The houses on the trees are like giant nests. They are the residences built by the descendants of the ancient powerful clan Yaochao. There are also many wooden palaces, some of which can reach 3 floors, and each floor is several feet high. The entire palace is engraved with countless patterns, with secret power and yin energy. The ghost village is densely populated, with more than 10,000 people, presenting a prosperous scene rarely seen in this era. Before Fang Sui came in, he didn't expect that the ghost village of this era, the ghost city Fengdu in later generations, would be so prosperous. On both sides of the earthen streets, that are extremely solid and as solid as stone slabs, you can occasionally see some people practicing ghost witchcraft, and various strange and secret arts are emerging one after another. There are also various stalls on both sides of the street, most of which are in the form of bartering. Fang Sui summoned a dead spirit that the guards had never seen before at the village gate, which made several guards look down on him. The leader of the guards personally accompanied Fang Sui into the village. He seemed to be obsessed with Fang Sui's dead spirit and wanted to find an opportunity to ask him about it. The man was called Wu Pan. According to his own introduction, he was a strong man among the acquired ghost witches in the village and was expected to break into the realm of innate ghost witches in the future. At this time, Wu Pan saw Fang Sui looking around at the various strange items along the street and took the initiative to say, "Master Witch, if you want something, you can tell me, and I'm willing to give it to you. In exchange, can you give me a ghost you summoned before?" Fang Sui came here for a purpose, because he thought that the ghost witch's strange art had something in common with his own book of dead spirits. Fang Sui wanted to see if he could refer to some of the essence of the ghost witch's art to help his own practice. Hearing what Wu Pan said, he replied bluntly, "I want to see the ghost witch's practice methods here." Wu Pan was stunned and said, "It's not impossible, but the practice methods of each tribe are secret and not passed on. It depends on what level of practice method you want to see. If it is the highest level of visualization of the Ghost King totem, there is absolutely no reason for me to show it to you casually." Fang Sui's eyes flashed and said, "Ghost King totem." Wu Pan's face showed a look of awe and said, "The Ghost King's true appearance totem is the secret of our tribe. It is the practice method left behind by the Ghost King when he came to the world in ancient times, and it contains the mystery of the sky." He sighed and said, "It's a pity that the real Ghost King's true appearance totem disappeared inexplicably during the inheritance process. The Ghost King map that our tribe currently possesses is a jade rubbing preserved from the ancient inheritance. Every time you observe the true appearance of the Ghost King totem, you can increase your practice." Fang Sui was thoughtful after hearing this. How come the legends about immortals, demons and gods in every civilization are so strikingly similar? Almost all the highest cultivation methods passed down come from the gods and demons who descended to the earth. He asked, "Are there any other methods of cultivation?" Wu Pan talked incessantly. "There are also many different levels of ghost and god visualization totems, and there are also methods of cultivation such as the method of drawing witchcraft totems." Fang Sui thought to himself that he was biting off more than he could chew. Among these cultivation methods, the method of drawing ghost witch totems should be the most suitable for the witchcraft and death spells I have learned. So he said, "I want to see the method of drawing ghost witch totems. How can I get it?" Wu Pan said, "The method of drawing ghost witch totems requires the use of spiritual power to connect to some kind of unpredictable energy between heaven and earth and integrate it into the drawn ghost totem. With it, it can form a picture and gather the yin energy between heaven and earth, or use it to restrain the yin ghosts to be born, or absorb the yin power into the body to temper oneself." He continued, "This cultivation method is not secret. Just look at the pattern on the totem pole of 100 ghosts in front of you. Of course, if you, the witch, really gain something, you need to pay a price to my ghost village." Fang Sui looked in the direction of his finger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Watching the Ghosts and Feeling Inspired. Please recommend. In the center of the ghost village filled with yin energy, there is an open space. As the sun sets, the sky gradually darkens, revealing a cold and eerie ghostly aura. In the middle of the open space, surrounded by a faint mist, stands a dark relief giant pillar. The pillar is more than 6 feet high and extremely thick and wide. It seems to be carved from a dead old tree. full of vicissitudes of life. The soft mist in the whole village is all evaporating from the ground under the tree. The most amazing thing is that the pillar seems to be naturally grown, and it seems to be deliberately decorated. There are fierce faces of ghosts and gods all over it, which are lifelike. The image is so ingenious that it can be called a work of art. It seems to have life, and it emits a murderous aura that soars into the sky. Even with Fang Sui's boldness, he still shuddered when he saw the hideous giant pillar of hundreds of ghosts from afar. Wu Pan beside him said, "It is said that the 100 Ghosts totem pole is a species brought from the underworld by the Ghost King. It was planted and grown. Although the trunk is born in the Yang world, the roots can penetrate into the underworld, absorb endless yin energy, and form the true appearance of the 100 ghosts on the trunk." Fang Sui was surprised and amazed. His eyes flashed with strange light, and he looked at the giant pillar in silence. Wu Pan said again, "The 100 Ghosts totem pole is dead during the day, but every night, it will absorb the yin energy of heaven and earth, and the trunk will appear from nothing, showing ghost and god patterns again and again. It is a natural ghost totem, and its exquisiteness is better than any artificial description." Fang Sui responded softly, his eyes flickering, still looking at the rare 100 Ghosts totem pole in the world. Wu Pan glanced at Fang Sui and said, "Every generation of spiritual ghost witches in my ghost village has realized their own natal ghost totem on this 100 Ghosts pillar. Which, the method of depicting the ghost totem you want to learn, just need to look at the pattern that appears on the pillar, and then copy it completely, in one go without interruption. After the picture is completed, a secret power will flow." Fang Sui nodded in agreement. This method did not sound difficult. Wu Pan continued, "It's easy to describe a ghost picture, but few people can do it. When describing a ghost picture, they always use the power of the soul to connect the energy of heaven and earth and infuse it into the ghost picture. You must know that if there is a small mistake during the process, even if the ghost picture is completely described, it will have no power at all." He said again, "Which, you might as well try it now. But if you gain something, you must draw the ghost totem you have comprehended before you leave, and leave a copy for my ghost village, to use for people to worship and learn. This is also the price you can pay for understanding the ghost totem." Fang Sui secretly praised that the ghost village used this method to attract many witches to come and comprehend the ghost totem. Once they gained something, they had to leave a ghost picture. Over the years, I don't know how many kinds of totems they have accumulated. They choose the best from them and use them. Naturally, their strength will accumulate. It is really a wonderful method that will last forever. It can be imagined that the ghost totems that people who practice ghost witchcraft in the village can carve and depict must be thousands of categories and countless styles. Fang Sui came here to see the ghost totem, so he walked towards the 100 Ghosts Teng pillar without hesitation. The ghost village under the night was like the opening of the underworld, with a cold and gloomy atmosphere like water, cold and fierce. When Fang Sui came to the 100 Ghosts Teng pillar, the countless ghost and god images on its trunk were emitting air currents with interwoven textures like breathing, and finally formed a series of ghost and god patterns of various shapes. This is the natural process of ghost map derivation. In addition to Fang Sui, there are many practitioners around, either from outsiders or from the ghost village clans such as Bayanshu, who are also observing the process of interweaving the textures on the totem trunk to generate ghost totems. Some people are trying to remember the texture trend of the ghost map during its formation, and even try to copy and carve it on the ground, trying to copy the complete ghost map image. Fang Sui interspersed in the crowd, moving around the totem pole to look at it. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of golden light that could burn all falsehoods, and he stared at the 100 Ghosts Teng pillar. Around the pillar, countless hair-like patterns roamed, sometimes dispersing and sometimes gathering, constantly constructing faces of ghosts and gods, surrounded by mist, as if it was the scene of the birth of ghosts, when the world was first created. Fang Sui also chose a position, and stood quietly under the totem pillar, looking up. The pattern of the totem pillar was like a naturally generated array pattern. Once formed, it could gather the extremely yin energy between heaven and earth and eventually generate faces of ghosts and gods. Fang Sui looked and thought, thinking that the original totem technique was still the barrier of the Yili array pattern inherited from ancient China. It was through the totem pattern that the secret power of heaven and earth was connected, showing all kinds of incredible power. Because Fang Sui stimulated the vision of burning through all illusions like the sun breaking through things, what he saw was very different from the people around him. He was directly capturing the flow direction of a kind of original texture on the totem pillar, and was not confused by the appearance, so he naturally got more than the people around him. So when he looked at the lines on the pillar, he was moved, and squatted on the ground. He began to combine the lines he had realized with his spiritual power far beyond that of ordinary people from practicing the Book of the Dead. When he tried to draw the ghost totem on the ground, the ghost witch totem still failed several times. But Fang Sui soon grasped a certain mysterious law from the process of drawing. When he accumulated the experience of the previous failures and started to draw again, the ghost totem he drew began to gradually spread a kind of gloomy fluctuations and exuded amazing power. Finally, Fang Sui carved a complete evil ghost totem on the ground. At the moment, when the totem depicting the image of a ferocious little ghost was completed, the yin energy within a few feet around was strong and surging like a tide. A cold ghost howl sounded in the ghost picture on the ground. A little ghost constructed with gloomy fog emerged from the totem in a hazy state. At the same time, a cold and gloomy force instantly connected with the totem through the spirit and was sent into Fang Sui's body out of thin air. It was finally absorbed by his Danshan divine soil, and his dark power increased slightly. Practicing by offering sacrifices to the ghost totem is indeed a very magical process. According to the two major categories of ghost witch practice, namely offering sacrifices to the totem on the body and using it to command ghosts, the ghost pattern drawn by Fang Sui obviously belongs to the category of commanding ghosts. How come someone has successfully drawn a ghost picture just after nightfall and has detained a ghost in the picture? Such a fast speed. This is something that only a congenital ghost witch can do. Who is this person? Fang Sui drew a commanding ghost totem so quickly that the people in the ghost village who were either watching or observing the totem pole were very surprised, and many people whispered in disgust. Fang Sui ignored the onlookers around him. After successfully depicting the first ghost witch totem, he looked at it carefully for a moment and then wiped away the ghost picture. The yin energy gathered by the ghost picture and the enslaved ghosts in it all dissipated and disappeared. Fang Sui stood up again, his eyes like a god, and looked at the 100 ghosts totem pillar again. Not long after, he started to carve on the ground again. Since the first time was successful, with Fang Sui's power level equal to that of the innate ghost witch, it would be much easier to carve again. He poured his spiritual power into his fingertips, and like flowing water, he continuously depicted several ghost totems, all of which gathered endless yin energy and emitted a faint light. Some ghosts were tumbling and screaming, and were imprisoned in the totem. Fang Sui could choose to refine the yin power contained in the totem, to increase the power of the Danshan divine soil, or he could drive the imprisoned ghosts in it. In the end, he drew 4 ghost pictures on the ground in succession, and then he felt that his spiritual power had been consumed a lot, so he stopped continuing to carve the ghost picture array. At this time, there were already many people watching Fang Sui, and everyone looked extremely surprised. Someone said, "Oh, 5 ghosts formed a picture in one night. This has been done for many years. If the 5 ghosts are driven to devour each other, I'm afraid that an evil ghost with amazing combat power can be born." Wu Pan, who had always been beside Fang Sui, was also stunned at this time, and stepped forward and said, "Great Witch, you are really powerful. You have mastered the method of depicting 5 ghost pictures so quickly. The most rare thing is that there was no failure in the process, and you successfully detained 5 ghosts. This has not been seen in my ghost village for many years. Great Witch, are you willing to meet with the Witch King of our tribe?" Wu Pan's words were obviously meant to attract closeness, and the title was changed from Witch to Great Witch. Fang Sui thought to himself that the purpose of my coming here was to study the mystery of the ghost witch totem. Since I have already preliminarily understood the key points of it, which is a form of array pattern, it is better to avoid attracting attention and leave early. Then he thought that it was fortunate that he had some energy left. If he continued to carve the ghost pattern, he would probably alert the Witch King level figures in the village, and it would not be easy to leave. Fang Sui flatly rejected Wu Pan's invitation and said, "The marks of these ghost patterns on the ground are clear. Just consider them as my reward for observing the totem pole. We will meet again later." Without waiting for Wu Pan to respond, he suddenly flew away, flashed several times, and left the ghost village in the dark night, disappearing without a trace. He really came and went without a trace, and it was hard to find his beginning and end. Fang Sui left the ghost village, and his speed was faster. His body was like green smoke, and he rushed in the night without wait. After more than half an hour, he found a secluded hilltop, and stopped moving forward. A wisp of black air overflowed from his brow, and in an instant it turned into the Book of the Dead, and fell into his hand. Fang Sui had an idea in the village before. He thought that, if he followed the method of totem, to comprehend the true appearance of some dead spirits in the Book of the Dead, and depict them with spiritual power, he wondered if it would trigger a wonderful reaction. This was also the main reason why he was eager to leave the village. As soon as he came out, he was ready to give it a try. "I'm only a few hundred members away from being on the list. Please help me. When reading, please log in and click to increase the click rate so that more people can see my book. Thank you to everyone who supports me. Thank you." Chapter 83 New Undead Summons. The stars on the sky were sparse, and the moonlight was hidden behind the dark clouds, making the earth shrouded in darkness. Fang Sui stood on the top of the hill, the Book of the Dead in his hand, was filled with black air, and he quietly opened it. The book showed pictures of the dead, but they were all hazy and very unclear. With Fang Sui's current strength, he could not summon these undead that could not be clearly displayed. Fang Sui's eyes were like torches, and a thought kept churning in his mind. The undead patterns on the book existed naturally, containing the true breath of countless powerful undead. Although they were not clear enough, because the Book of the Dead was connected to Fang Sui's spirit. If he wanted to infuse spiritual power on the pages of the book, it would not be impossible to depict high-level undead patterns with blurred images. Fang Sui was eager to try. Of course, he did not dare to rashly choose some of the patterns of the underworld species on the pages of the book that were extremely powerful and existed like kings to try, but he was ready to start with the relatively clear undead that were not far from being successfully summoned. However, the patterns on the Book of the Dead changed rapidly, and the pictures of the dead, except for the mummies and the undead plague mosquitoes that he could summon, rarely saw other undead patterns that were clear. The few slightly clear pictures were also like the plague mosquitoes that had been summoned, which were the undead insect species with strong offense and weak defense, which Fang Sui did not like. Soon, the images in the Book of the Dead summoning slowed down, and the changes in the last few pictures were not even blurry. There was only a black chaos, and nothing was visible. Obviously, with Fang Sui's current strength, even watching these last few hazy images of the undead might be dangerous, so there was not even a hazy image of these last few mysterious undead on the pages of the book. Fang Sui stared at the page in his hand, feeling quite regretful that his dream was shattered. How could there not be a single undead suitable for carving and depicting as a totem? Fang Sui did not give up. He suddenly made a move, using his spiritual power and the dark energy in his body, to generate a ray of light, which extended from his fingertips. This ray of light was like a pen tip, falling on the page of the Book of the Dead. In just a moment, Fang Sui pointed at the dragon and snake on the page and successfully carved a ghost witch totem. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The next moment, the black air on the Book of Summoning of the Dead was surging, and a terrifying ghost howl sounded. The power of the ghost witch totem gathered on the page, and the yin force flowed, revealing a detained evil ghost. The aura around him was extremely sinister, far better than the little ghost that Fang Sui had detained when he carved the totem in the ghost village. This ghost struggled to get out on the page, and its appearance was fierce. Fang Sui felt the power of this ghost, and shook his head in disappointment after a moment. The ghosts imprisoned in the totem have merged the dark energy contained in the Book of the Dead, and with the help of the ghost totem, the two combined. The yin death breath is indeed far more than ordinary yin ghosts, and the combat power has soared, but it is definitely not strong enough to surprise people, and it is not worth much use. Think about it, the Book of the Dead and the ghost witch totem both have very complete cultivation systems. If Fang Sui combines them at will, it is unlikely that the power of the magic will increase. The Book of the Dead is not worthy of being called a holy book of cultivation. While Fang Sui was thinking in his mind, the imprisoned Yin ghost in the totem he engraved on the book had already taken shape. If Fang Sui does not use the power of the totem to refine it, it will break away from the totem and fly out of the book, waiting for Fang Sui's dispatch. He has no interest in letting this Yin spirit ghost come into the world and is about to refine it casually. But at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Book of the Dead in Fang Sui's hand suddenly became filled with black air, which spread out in an instant and even covered the surrounding land. It was so powerful that it had never been seen before. Fang Sui immediately realized that something was unusual, and his expression was slightly refreshed. He stared at the Book of the Dead in his hand with his eyes. Suddenly, a faint light flashed out from the boundless black air on the book. The little ghost that was detained by the Ghost Witch totem was caught by the faint light and dragged into the black air in an instant, crossing the barrier of the interface, falling into the underworld world, and disappeared without a trace. The Ghost Witch totem on the Book of the Dead also disappeared at the same moment, without a trace, and it seemed that even the ghost totem was forcibly dragged into the underworld world by the faint light. What was that faint light? Fang Sui was very surprised. This change was not within his expectations. It was the first time that the Book of the Dead had such an abnormality. It was obvious that the ghost light was attracted by the totem ghost. After absorbing the ghost, it disappeared again, and the Book of the Dead also returned to calm. Fang Sui thought for a moment, but there was no clue to judge. He could only temporarily put aside his doubts, put away the Book of the Dead, sat cross-legged on a large stone on the top of the mountain, and began to practice with his eyes closed. 2 hours passed. The long night was halfway through, and the bright moonlight in the sky dispersed the dark clouds, revealing a fairy face, big and round, shining between heaven and earth. Fang Sui opened his eyes again, his eyes sparkling, his spirits flying. The mental strength consumed by continuously carving ghost totems in the ghost village before has been fully recovered. He sat upright on the stone, raised his hand, and made a false move, and the black air on his hand filled the air, and the Book of the Dead appeared again. The pages of the book turned silently, and Fang Sui, for some reason, drew a Ghost Witch totem on the Book of the Dead again. But in a moment, the totem took shape, and another ghost was born. The subsequent changes were exactly the same as before. The black air in the Book of the Dead was swirling, and suddenly a faint light shone out, swallowing up the totem and the little ghost inside it. This time Fang Sui was well prepared. His eyes were dark with golden light, and in a flash, he faintly saw the faint light, which seemed to be the claws of some unknown underworld species. The mysterious underworld species seemed to be attracted by the totem little ghost with a special aura that was formed by the combination of the ghost totem and the Book of the Dead. Only then did it stretch out its claws from the Book of the Dead connected to the underworld, treating the little ghost as a new prey, and killing and devouring it. Fang Sui speculated and analyzed in his mind, and his hands did not stop, continuing to draw the ghost totem. The second totem, the third totem. When Fang Sui drew 5 Ghost Witch totems in a row, the Book of the Dead, without any delay, shone out 5 times, swallowing up the 5 totems and the little ghosts inside them. After many observations, Fang Sui could already vaguely see that the ghost light was a sharp and creepy claw, like the claw of a fierce tiger or lion, and the speed was unimaginable. Just as this unknown underworld creature repeatedly stretched out its claws to grab the ghost totem for food, the Book of the Dead quietly changed, slowly opened a new page, and a new image of the undead summoned creature appeared on it. This image was extremely blurry, so faint that it almost did not exist. Obviously, the underworld creature in this image should not have been summoned by Fang Sui at present, but because he continuously sacrificed the ghost totem, he accidentally attracted this mysterious underworld creature to come and hunt. Therefore, the Book of the Dead underwent a wonderful change, showing the blurry image of the underworld creature in advance, and establishing a spiritual connection between it and Fang Sui. This means that Fang Sui will have a new summon. Fang Sui was overjoyed. He continued to carve ghost totems in the hope of figuring out what the netherworld monster was. The Book of the Dead seemed to be able to sense his thoughts and indeed projected the image of the netherworld monster. Although the image was blurry, a general outline could be seen. The form of the netherworld monster, as Fang Sui had previously guessed, was somewhat similar to a lion, tiger, or cheetah. All that could be seen was its demise, emitting a black light and a powerful and terrifying aura. The rest of the image was too illusory to be seen clearly. Fang Sui had always been curious about the netherworld species in the Book of the Dead. At this time, he was quite itchy and immediately transferred his spiritual power into the book and began to initially summon the newly appeared netherworld monster. The pages of the book were filled with black air, forming a door to the interface. A flash of black light appeared, and a hazy netherworld monster silently appeared on the ground in front of Fang Sui's eyes. Fang Sui was surprised and stunned when he saw it. "I'm only a few hundred member clicks away from being on the list. Please help me. Log in and click while reading to increase the click rate so that more people can see my book. Help. Thank you to all the supporters. Happy reading." Chapter 84 Buster's Projection. Please recommend. The new summoned creature that appeared from the Book of the Dead was not the lion, tiger, or cheetah-like creature he had expected. For some reason, the unknown creature that was originally a lion and tiger became much smaller as soon as it came out of the Book of the Dead and became a cat. Perhaps it was because Fang Sui's strength was not enough to summon this cat to be born completely, so although it was summoned reluctantly, it was just a vague shadow, not a real entity. But the appearance of this vague shadow made the surrounding world darker, and the mountains were silent. It seemed that all things were frightened by the arrival of this cat, and dared not make a sound. Even the grass and trees stopped swaying. What kind of cat is this? A shadow. It actually has such a terrifying power, shocking everything. Fang Sui's mind was slightly shaken, and suddenly remembered an ancient Egyptian deity he had heard of before the time travel, who appeared in the form of a cat. Her name is Bast. Bast is one of the guardians of the dead in the underworld in ancient Egyptian legends. Legend has it that it assisted Anubis in fighting against evil spirits. There are even legends that Bast is a daughter of the sun god. She has a complex personality. She is both a gentle female cat Bast and a fierce lioness Sekm. In the Egyptian tombs, Bast is responsible for protecting the peace of the tomb owner. Any invading evil spirits will be devoured by her. When she becomes the lioness Sekm, she can also spread diseases and droughts and possess supreme power. Of course, this is just a legend about Bast. The facts are not necessarily the same as what Fang Sui knows. The cat in front of him is very scary, but Fang Sui is not sure whether it is really related to Bast. He looked at the cat from the underworld again. It is completely different from any underworld undead species Fang Sui has seen before. Although it is just an illusory projection, only the eyes are clearly visible, emitting a dark and ruthless cold light. Apart from that, the whole body seems to be constructed of fog and is very blurry. But after looking into its eyes, Fang Sui clearly sensed that it was intelligent. At this time, a line of words slowly appeared on the page of the Book of the Dead. There was not much content, but only the name of this cat, the projection of the Hades cat. The projection of the Hades cat. Fang Sui muttered to himself. He could not get any valuable information from this name alone, but this cat was definitely far beyond the level of the Hades creatures he could summon at this stage. For some reason, after this illusory cat appeared, it did not consume as much mental power as expected, and it could even be said that it almost did not consume Fang Sui's mental power. After Fang Sui discovered this, he happily thought, it seems that it is not bad to have a Hades cat thug that does not consume mental power around. He immediately and hurriedly passed on the order, asking the projection of the Hades cat to show its strength. Unexpectedly, after the Hades cat received Fang Sui's order, it opened and closed its eyes with a glittering light, made a very human expression, and glanced at Fang Sui, as if he was looking at an idiot. The next moment, a black light flashed, and Fang Sui was shocked to find that the cat had already crouched lazily on his shoulder. Its body was illusory, but its movements were lifelike and vivid. It was licking its paws. The cat looked indifferent to Fang Sui's gaze, and did not even look at Fang Sui. This cat is totally disobeying orders. Suddenly, Fang Sui and the cat on his shoulder felt something, and both looked up at the same time, looking at the distant night sky. Meow. The phantom of the cat could actually make a sound, and it cried softly for the scene it saw in the distant night sky. It seemed that even it was surprised. The scene in the distant night sky at this time made Fang Sui's eyes stunned. He was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. With a strange cry, he jumped up and ran at the fastest speed he could, breaking through the darkness of the night. After the cat called out, it resumed its lazy and leisurely posture, sitting on Fang Sui's shoulder as steady as a mountain, leisurely and contented. No matter how fast Fang Sui ran, the cat stayed very steady without shaking. What did Fang Sui see that made him react so strangely? But under the deep starry sky in the distance, there was a light blue light, flying like a meteor, brilliant, gorgeous, and flashing away. Under Fang Sui's blazing eyes, he clearly saw that in the light blue light, there was a slender and beautiful figure walking in the air. It was the figure that he had seen in the desert a few months ago, the real and illusory figure that disappeared in the sky. Fang Sui had been confused many times in the past few days, and was full of confusion about what he saw that day. Therefore, when he saw this figure again, he subconsciously rushed out and chased after it. In fact, even if he caught up with it, Fang Sui himself didn't know what to do. Besides, the figure that passed through the sky under the night sky was incredibly fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Sui continued to chase for a while, and the figure had disappeared into the sky without a trace. Fang Sui stopped dejectedly and was stunned for a while before he laughed dumbly, thinking that he was also weird. Why was he chasing this figure? However, seeing this figure again this time made Fang Sui understand her authenticity. There is really someone who can walk in the sky. What kind of cultivation realm can be achieved? Fang Sui was silent and sighed for a long time, feeling quite at a loss. But just as he sighed, another sigh sounded softly in the night of this deep mountain wilderness. Fang Sui was shocked and terrified. With his current cultivation, he was strong and vigorous, so he naturally couldn't be afraid of any ghosts. But if it wasn't a ghost, who could get close to him and even hear the sound of sighing, and he was not alert beforehand? What an amazing strength. Fang Sui turned around like a whirlwind. Under the deep night, there was a woman standing gracefully. She was wearing a sky blue dress of simple and elegant style. She stood quietly a few feet away, but she seemed to be in perfect harmony with the surrounding world. Fang Sui's eyes were bright and his heart was beating. He recognized at a glance that this woman was the figure he had seen running in the sky before. When the woman's face came into view, Fang Sui's mind was slightly shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a stunning woman in the world. Her beauty was thrilling and ethereal. Even if she stood in front of him, people still couldn't help but feel that she was integrated with the world, not belonging to the mortal world, and could take off at any time. She had a pair of clear and endless eyes, like a bottomless clear pool. When they flickered and moved, they contained a kind of calmness and depth that Fang Sui had never seen before. She was like the brightest stars in the sky, storing infinite attraction. She was about 20 years old, with a straight nose, beautiful and unparalleled, skin as white as snow, black and shiny hair, which fell from her crystal-like ears to her shoulders, and a straight waist. She had an incomparable beauty and elegance. There was such a woman in the world, and Fang Sui had never seen such a woman before. She stood in the dark night, just quiet, but her otherworldly beauty seemed to compete with the bright moon in the sky. Her intoxicating eyes, like a deep dream, were lively and energetic. She looked at Fang Sui and said, "Why are you chasing me?" Her voice was sweet and pure, and it was unforgettable. "I'm only a few hundred members away from being on the list. I beg you to help me. Log in and click while reading to increase the click-through rate, so that more people can see my book. Please help. Thank you to all the supporters, and everyone has a happy reading." Chapter 85. Cultivation. Fang Sui had never expected that she knew he was chasing him, and was shocked when he heard that. As his thoughts turned, he had recovered from the surprise of seeing the woman for the first time, but he still didn't know how to answer this seemingly simple question. After a while, he said, "We have met before." Fang Sui's words were really silly and irrelevant, but the woman was also strange. After hearing that, she was not surprised at all. She nodded lightly, with a smile in her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, "Well, I saw you in the northern desert a few months ago. You were being chased and killed. It was pretty miserable." This sentence was beyond Fang Sui's expectations again. He was surprised and said, "So you had seen me at that time?" The woman glanced at Fang Sui's shoulder and the vague dark cat with deep meaning, then turned sideways and cast her eyes into the shining night sky. From this angle, her profile, which was formed by the spirituality of heaven and earth, was more obvious, like a spiritual rain in an empty mountain. She said, "I actually went to the underground palace to get the sunfire crystal, but when I went in, I found that you were being tempered by the power of the fire crystal. So since then, I followed you for a few days, but you didn't notice it." Fang Sui then knew the reason. It seemed that her sudden return today was not a sudden impulse. They had already contacted each other without meeting each other. The woman seemed to know what Fang Sui was thinking, and said, "You can absorb the supreme power of the sunfire crystal, which contains opportunities that you cannot fully understand at present. I ran into you by accident before I left, so I wanted to come and talk to you. Did you have any questions for me when you chased me before?" This beautiful woman's words were full of mystery. After listening to it, Fang Sui was silent in thought, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, but he did not ask immediately. The woman was very patient, not urging or rushing, waiting calmly. When the evening breeze blew, she raised her flawless jade-like hand, and gently held the hair dancing in the wind. There was an indescribable feeling in her action, but it was in line with the wonderful principles of heaven and earth and was perfect. In her other hand, she held a simple long sword, and the sword tassel fluttered in the wind, as if it could fly away with the wind at any time, just like its owner. On the lawn under the bright starry sky, in a lonely and uninhabited mountain, the two stood quietly, falling into a strange silence. After a while, Fang Sui asked slowly in a low voice, "What level is the end of cultivation?" Fang Sui's question was very particular and sounded very empty, but because of this, it covered a wide range. If the woman wanted to answer sincerely, she would inevitably involve issues related to the levels of cultivation at various stages, and finally talk about the end of cultivation. Fang Sui's question was equivalent to many questions. He could take the opportunity to understand the cultivation system that he was not clear about from the woman's answer. Anyone could tell at a glance that this woman was not ordinary, so Fang Sui would not let it go easily when he got the chance to ask questions. He asked questions that covered all levels of cultivation. The woman in the green dress had beautiful eyes that flickered and flickered, and she seemed to smile, and it was obvious that she had seen through Fang Sui's intentions. From Fang Sui's perspective, the corners of her lips, which were perfectly arranged on her pretty face, raised a beautiful arc that appeared and disappeared. She said calmly, "How can anyone know where the end of cultivation is? There is no end to cultivation." The conversation between the two was like a confrontation on another level. The question Fang Sui asked should have been difficult and tedious to explain. If it was explained in detail, it involved a complete cultivation system, which was the fundamental purpose of his asking this question. Who knew that the woman in front of him simplified the complex question with a simple sentence and answered it in one sentence, but Fang Sui was speechless. If this was a real fight, Fang Sui would be defeated at the first touch and be at an absolute disadvantage. The worst thing was that the illusory cat on his shoulder seemed to understand human words. The moment the woman finished speaking, it meowed. At this moment, it sounded like a mockery of Fang Sui. A faint smile flashed across the woman's face. Fortunately, she did not stop talking and continued, "What you are most confused about now should be the direction and system of cultivation. Well, in your understanding, your current level is still at the stage before you really step into the door of cultivation." Fang Sui's eyes sparkled, revealing a puzzled look. She continued, "Real cultivation, in the eyes of ordinary people, is the same level as immortals and demons. Just like when you see me walking in the sky, you think it is not something that humans can do. It's the same reason." Fang Sui made a light sound and waited for the woman to continue. The night wind blew, her hair danced in the wind, her long skirt fluttered like an elf in the world. This scene appeared under the beautiful starry sky, as if it stored a wonderful magic, which made people look at it with great attention, and couldn't bear to look away. She continued, "Based on the experience of Oriental people, spiritual practice can be divided into two major stages, mortal world and chasing immortals. The mortal world is the realm you are in now, which is subdivided into two small levels, acquired and innate. Only after breaking through the innate can you be considered to have entered the formal stage of practice, transcending the mortal world, which is the level of chasing immortals. She added, because each method of practice has its own stage name, it is too complicated and confusing to talk about it in detail, so the realm after chasing immortals is summarized in terms of levels, such as the first level, the second level, and so on, and each level is further divided into 3 small stages, early, middle and late. She turned around and glanced at Fang Sui and continued, for example, the divine practice that you have come into contact with divides the practice into 2 major stages, apostle and divine fire, which correspond to the previous mortal world and chasing immortals. You are now in the apostle stage, which is equivalent to the innate realm. Fang Sui only then realized that his initial reincarnation realm at this moment did correspond to the innate, and from the perspective of the divine practice level, it was the apostle level. Only by making another breakthrough can one truly transcend the mortal world and enter the divine fire level of the god system. The name of divine fire is easy to understand, and it obviously means to ignite the divine fire and transcend mortals. After crossing the apostle realm and entering the divine fire level, the stages of cultivation are uniformly called, which become simpler and clearer, and the first stage, the second stage, and so on. Fang Sui sighed lightly and asked, then how many stages are there in the divine fire realm after crossing the apostle level? The woman turned her head again, her beautiful and cold eyes, smart as if she was talking, clearly conveying your greedy and angry look. She pursed her soft and moist lips and said slowly, every realm you cross in your practice is a leap in your life level. Some people never dream of moving from the acquired to the innate in their entire lives. The realms after the innate are still too far away for you. Even if you have obtained a rare treasure and the scorching sunfire crystals have burned your body, you have opened a gap to the divine fire realm, but the barrier you need to break through is still very difficult. She obviously knew what specific levels there were in the divine fire realm after surpassing the apostle level, but she didn't say it out loud. The unfinished meaning was to remind Fang Sui to keep his heart steady, take every step steadily, and then try to shake the shackles of the next stage. Fang Sui understood this principle, but he did not give up. He changed his approach and asked, girl, what stage of practice are you in now? The woman had a calm expression on her face. She did not answer Fang Sui's question immediately. Instead, she said suddenly, I'm leaving. Fang Sui was caught off guard and said, what's your name? The next moment, the woman disappeared without a trace, without any sign. Just when Fang Sui was feeling a little disappointed, her voice came back from the air, saying, my name is Gao, and I'm in the 4th stage of the realm of chasing immortals. I already knew your name was Fang Sui. The vast mountains and wilderness were empty and lonely, with only Fang Sui's outstanding figure left. Gao. After a moment, he gathered his thoughts, and suddenly his face darkened. He said coldly, you've been hiding on the side and spying for a long time. Why don't you come out now? Chapter 86. The Dark Cat's First Move. As Fang Sui finished speaking, a thin figure with a cold aura appeared silently in the darkness behind him. The figure appeared middle-aged, tall and thin, with a naked upper body and only a piece of animal skin around his waist. What was a bit strange was that on his chest, there was an image of an evil ghost, with a fierce and menacing appearance and deep green eyes, as if it was a living alien. This person had very high cheekbones and a pale complexion, but his sharp eyes were very black. In contrast, his entire face looked sinister and people dared not look at him. His hair was loose, and after he appeared, he looked at the place where Gao had left before with doubt. He had been hiding in the distance before, and did not hear the conversation between Fang Sui and the others. Even when he peeked from a distance, he could only see Gao's figure hazy and vague. This person hid in the dark, and watched for a long time, but he couldn't even see Gao's true face clearly. Later, Gao disappeared without a sound, and her departure was extremely magical, with no trace to follow, which shocked this person. Therefore, he still had a look of doubt on his face, until he showed up at this time. Fang Sui said coldly, since I left the ghost village, I have had the feeling that someone is behind me, appearing and disappearing from time to time. I think it is you who is always following me. The man retracted his gaze, glanced at Fang Sui coldly, and laughed softly and lowly. In the cold night, he was like a ghost owl. He stopped laughing suddenly and said proudly, yes, I'm indeed from the ghost village, and I'm the one who is called the Yinsen Wu Wang. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought that Fang Sui would be terrified when he heard the name. It should be known that the names of the 4 witch kings of the ghost village are feared by the Shang dynasty. They are indeed known to everyone, and are terrifying figures who are good at communicating with ghosts. But Fang Sui had no expression after he finished speaking, as if he had never heard of his name, and he didn't even blink. Yinsen was furious, and looked at the cat on Fang Sui's shoulder with cold eyes. He suddenly said, I saw you holding an ancient book with black hair in your hand before, and then you successfully summoned a ghost. He said boldly, I want to borrow your ancient book to take a look. Of course, I won't ask for your benefit in vain. I will give you a spiritual ghost as a servant. Fang Sui sneered and continued to look at Yinsen without saying a word. Yinsen's face darkened, and he snorted. It seems that you are not going to agree to the request of the Witch King. Fang Sui finally spoke, saying, why don't you lend me the Ghost Emperor totem of the ghost village and I will give you a ghost in exchange. What do you think? Fang Sui returned Yinsen's words intact, and everyone knew that this was a mocking remark. What's even more interesting is that after Fang Sui finished speaking, the cat on his shoulder rolled its dark and terrifying eyes and called lazily. This voice clearly conveyed a kind of sarcastic mockery. Yinsen, as the king of witches, was ridiculed by a man and a cat. He had never been provoked like this before, so he shouted, you are looking for death. Suddenly, Yinsen moved. He was known for his skill of controlling ghosts. As soon as he made a move, a tattoo-like ghost face totem appeared on his palm. A ghost face flashed in it, and a ghost spirit, in a very strange way, broke free from his palm. The ghost was covered in a layer of black mist. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding area was filled with yin energy and its might was gloomy. It was clear that Yinsen's bad reputation was well deserved. He was indeed a rare strong man in the world. But the unexpected situation happened the next moment. As soon as the ghost appeared, a black light flashed in the void. The ghost spirit that was still so powerful a moment ago disappeared out of thin air the next moment without a trace. This scene was really weird. Not only did Yinsen's face change slightly, he didn't understand why the ghost slave he had used to kill the enemy suddenly disappeared. Even Fang Sui didn't understand what happened in the previous moment. He had already conjured up the Book of the Dead in his hand, ready to summon the mummy, which had swallowed the corpse of the evil witch, and had a great power, and was already approaching a certain level of undead evolution. However, before the mummy came out of the Book of the Dead, the ghost summoned by Yinsen had disappeared strangely a moment earlier. This matter was so eerie and weird that it made people shudder. Fang Sui couldn't help but turn his eyes to the Hades cat on his shoulder. When Fang Sui turned his head to look at it, the guy pursed his chubby cat mouth, looking like he was still unsatisfied. With a pair of cold and gloomy cat eyes, he stared at Yinsen opposite him, as if waiting for Yinsen to summon another ghost. Fang Sui saw this scene. How could he not know that the strange scene before was caused by this cat, and he was very happy, thinking that this cat was really weird in every way. Yinsen was a powerful person after all. He doubted for a moment, and then suppressed his uneasiness. His eyes turned, and suddenly he remembered that he had hidden in the distance before, and saw the figure of the woman disappear out of thin air. His means were extremely clever, like a fairy or a demon. Yinsen's heart suddenly moved, and he opened his mouth and said loudly, I was hiding in the dark before. If I have offended you, please forgive me, young lady. The dark night was silent. Fang Sui could no longer bear it and laughed. Yinsen's eyes were fierce, thinking that this young man was really hateful. He would catch him later, and make him live a life worse than death. Yinsen's thoughts turned over in his mind, and suddenly he used means again. This time he was much more cautious, but seeing the strange power of the ghost totem on his chest, it actually gave people a feeling of swelling, as if something was about to come out of his body, which was very scary. At the same time, an invisible and intangible breath permeated Yinsan's body, surging like mountains and seas, and pressing towards Fang Sui. Yinsan said sternly, "Let me show you the power of my natal ghost map." However, just as Yinsan finished speaking, a black shadow flashed in the void again. In an instant, Yinsan screamed, and felt that the power of his natal ghost totem, which he had used his own blood to refine for many years, suddenly decreased. The ghost that was about to be transformed from the totem seemed to be forcibly extracted and swallowed by an irresistible force. Before it was truly born, it disappeared again silently. At this moment, Yinsan's soul was almost broken. The ghost derived from the natal totem was a foreign object connected to the soul, driven by the ghost totem. At this moment, the natal ghost disappeared, and Yinsan was frightened for the first time, and his face changed horribly. At this moment, what made him change color even more was that a hazy cat approached him with a greedy face, and the dark cat eyes looked at the natal totem on Yinsan's chest without blinking. Suddenly, the cat opened its mouth and spit out a stream of black air. Yinsan was horrified to find that the natal totem on his chest was being attacked by the black air spit out by the cat, and was rapidly becoming weaker. The yin power that had been cultivated in the totem for countless years was rapidly dissipating, as if it was absorbed by the black light spit out by the cat. Yinsan was horrified, his hands were like lightning, and he formed a kind of witchcraft seal to save his life. He saw that the other ghost totem tattooed on his back was extremely cruel and horrible under the influence of witchcraft. It was peeled off, and turned into a bloody human skin. It suddenly enlarged and filled with ghost energy, like a net covering the cat. Yinsan took advantage of the moment when the human skin totem on his back blocked the cat. He let out a fierce howl, withdrew away without looking back, flashed a few times, and finally disappeared. What happened tonight was beyond the expectations of this ghost witch, which really frightened him a lot. I'm afraid that for a period of time, he dared not think of competing with Fang Sui again. Fang Sui stood still with a calm expression, but the moment Yinsan fled, the mummy beside him chased after him like a gust of wind. At this time, the human skin totem that was covering the dark cat was swept by the black air. It exhaled and quickly disappeared. The cat, like a general who had returned victorious after catching a mouse, pursed its lips and jumped back to Fang Sui's shoulder with a proud look. Fang Sui did not chase after him personally, but it was not because he despised Yinsan and thought that the mummy alone could take his life. It was because Fang Sui himself had an accident, which made him quite weak at this time. It was when the dark cat approached Yinsan's eyes, exhaled black air from its mouth, and devoured Yinsan's natal totem, that Fang Sui suddenly felt his spiritual power being drawn out like a mountain collapsing, and a river flowing. It turns out that this cat has never consumed his mental power since it was born, because it has not activated its combat ability. Once it starts, it will only take a moment for Fang Sui's mental power to be consumed to the bottom. It is already the limit for him to support the mummy to chase Yinsan. On the other hand, the cat that has absorbed part of Yinsan's natal totem. Thank you for your recent support. Next week will be very important for this book. I solemnly ask you to log in and click in advance. I want to rush to the list. If the situation is ideal, I will add more chapters next weekend. Please log in and click to help. Thank you. Chapter 87 Overview of the Strange Machine. Please recommend. Its body, from hazy and illusory, became clearer. Well, it seemed to be a little fatter. It didn't even glance at Fang Sui during its behavior. It yawned lazily, then rolled its head into its body and closed its black gemstone-like eyes. Fang Sui was stunned. He had a splitting headache because the cat had drained a lot of his spiritual power to fight. The cat had obviously gained benefits from swallowing Yinsan's natal ghost totem, but it still treated him the same and had no intention of obeying his commands. Fang Sui laughed dumbly, then closed his eyes and sensed that Yinsan was the Witch King of the ghost village after all. Although he was caught off guard and his natal totem was swallowed by the underworld cat, and his injuries were extremely serious, he still had many ways to save his life. Under the pursuit of the undead mummy, he used tricks one after another. In the end, after several collisions with the mummy, his injuries were even more serious, but he managed to escape successfully. The mummy is returning. A moment later, in the dark night in front of Fang Sui, the terrifying and decayed figure of the mummy appeared and approached at a very fast speed. Since the birth of the mummy, most of the opponents who died at the hands of Fang Sui were absorbed by it. This also includes the powerful people of the time, such as the evil witch. At this time, the black air in its body was churning, and it seemed to have approached a certain pass. The breath of death and decay continued to surge and rhythmically, as if it was hitting a barrier that a certain undead was about to break through. Fang Sui collected the mummy and turned away. Tonight, he met Ji Yao. After a conversation, he felt that the clouds had been cleared and the sun had been shining. He knew the subsequent realm of cultivation, and had a clear direction for cultivation. Naturally, he was very excited. After this day, Fang Sui began to walk around the land of China. His footprints were all over the north and south of China. In this period of the beginning of civilization, he searched for mysterious and magical places everywhere. He once went deep into Nanyue Hengshan, which is also the source of various myths and legends intertwined on the land of China. According to legend, the tomb of the fire god Zirong was buried here. Unfortunately, Fang Sui lingered in Hengshan for many days, and his footprints covered hundreds of rivers, but he still found nothing. Until one night, before he was about to leave, the sky and the earth were in harmony, and there were bursts of thunder and lightning that broke through the sky. At that time, Fang Sui was sitting cross-legged on a mountain top, running the power in his body, and was awakened by the sound of thunder. He saw the thunder in the sky raging, interweaving, and flashing, and then there was heavy rain. The world was vast and ethereal, and everything was shrouded in the rain. Fang Sui felt strange in this night of torrential rain and thunder that seemed to be the beginning of the world, and turned his head to look into the distance. Finally, he ran in the vast rain, and came to the foot of a mountain wall. He saw an amazing scene on the cliff. The cliff was struck by the vast lightning in the sky, emitting a faint light, and the whole mountain was hazy, and turned into a faintly visible monument. The ancient stele was towering to the sky, infinitely majestic, with the mountain wall as the stele surface, and strange patterns appeared on it, but they were all very vague, and it was impossible to see clearly what the patterns described. Such amazing changes also attracted the attention of many practitioners in the Hengshan area. Many people, like Fang Sui, came to the vicinity of this ancient stele derived from the majestic peak, standing in the heavy rain and looking up, and everyone was extremely shocked. Fang Sui stood on the top of a small hill opposite the stele mountain, looking proudly at the stele, transformed from the mountain, and his face kept showing a thoughtful look. He remembered that there was a legend before the time travel. It is said that Dayu had traveled all over the 3 mountains and 5 peaks in order to control the flood. Finally, he saw the immortal descending to the world in Hengshan, and personally taught him a golden and jade book containing the secrets of the immortal. He followed the method in the book, and finally succeeded in curbing the flood. Afterwards, Dayu set up a divine stele in Hengshan. It is said that it records a great secret related to immortals and demons. After this legend came out, countless people in various periods have been looking for this ancient stele. According to later records, during the reign of Emperor Dezong of the Tang dynasty, the famous writer Han Yu once obtained an ancient book with the words Yubei written on it, as well as a map of the location, which clearly pointed out that the Yubei was in Hengshan. Han Yu therefore searched all over Hengshan, but unfortunately he never had the chance to see this legendary divine monument. He later wrote in the poem Kuarifeng that, after searching for thousands of times, there is nothing to be found. The dense green trees and monkeys are still sad. To express his regret for not finding the Yubei, another poem by Liu Mengde once again revealed clues to the Dayu monument, which recorded the words "There is a divine Yubei on Zirong Peak, with a pupa-shaped tiger." All the above legends flashed through Fang Sui's mind, and his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light like the sun, penetrating the vast rain curtain, and looking at the ancient monument, that turned into a huge mountain. The ancient monument became clear in Fang Sui's eyes. He saw that the blurred pattern inside the stele seemed to seal a world of raging water waves. There was boundless water inside the stele, constantly rushing, as if shaking the seal of the divine stele, as if the sky was rising into the sky. Magnificent. The most amazing thing was that the water waves inside the stele sometimes rushed and flowed, forming all kinds of amazing shapes. From a certain angle, when the water waves intertwined, they looked like a series of huge and unimaginable totems, as if conveying the true meaning of a certain water. And under the boundless water, there was a huge shadow emerging, like an unimaginably huge sea beast. These scenes reminded Fang Sui of a picture of gods controlling water that he had seen in an Egyptian temple, and the figure of a giant beast also vaguely emerged under the water. How similar these two pictures are. But unfortunately, apart from this, Fang Sui never got more information from the Stele, nor did the legendary words containing the immortal secrets appear. The divine Stele eventually disappeared into the mountain and never appeared again. After that, Fang Sui lived in Hengshan, hoping to see the Yu monument again. However, even if there were heavy rains and thunderstorms at night, the huge Yu monument never appeared again. It seemed to have disappeared forever. After a few months, Fang Sui, who had traveled all over Hengshan, chose to leave with regret. In the following months, he went to the ancient Fengshan site, Mount Te, the first mountain in China, hoping to find something here, but in the end he only saw many mysterious altars left over from ancient times on Mount Te. When Fang Sui left Mount Te, he came to the core of the Shang dynasty, Yindu. Fang Sui lingered in Yindu for half a month. It was indeed a prosperous place in the world, with a constant flow of people, no less than the city of Thebes. He also deliberately came to the outside of the Yindu palace to look around. But the entire Yinshang palace, with a square shape and a vast area, is located between heaven and earth, like a fairy palace, with ancient meanings lingering and steaming. There is also a green and mysterious air, fighting against the sky, circling over the entire palace, faintly turning into a sky-covering blackbird, protecting the destiny of the entire Yinshang dynasty. When Fang Sui left Yindu, his footprints had already covered most of China. What he saw and heard along the way made him wonder what happened in the world in ancient times, and why so many mysteries were left on the earth. He vaguely felt that in that ancient mythological period, there was a period of time when there seemed to be powerful life on the earth that far exceeded the current human cognitive limit, but they all disappeared mysteriously in the end. Fang Sui looked up at the starry sky in the middle of the night. Perhaps, only the boundless, deep, and beautiful starry sky has the answers to all the mysteries. After a few months, Fang Sui's cultivation at this time became more and more profound. Even when he was in a state of utmost tranquility and emptiness during his practice, he had vaguely sensed another invisible barrier between heaven and earth. Fang Sui suddenly woke up, his eyes lit up with wonder, and murmured, "That barrier, is it the door to transcend the mortal world and open the realm of divine fire?" Unfortunately, when he wanted to feel the invisible barrier between heaven and earth again in his practice, he found that it was illusory and uncontrollable, as if it had never existed and never appeared again. It was nearly 2 years since he left ancient Egypt. In the past 2 years, his practice has undergone a rapid change, and it seems that it is time to go back. In a flash, Fang Sui's mind flashed the cold face of the evil creature again. Fang Sui pondered, if the evil creature and Hell Rao could not be killed, it would always be a great hidden danger, making it difficult for people to feel at ease. A few days later, at sunset on this day, Fang Sui, who left Yindu and was heading towards the southeast coastal area, found a small town in front of him that was half a village and half a tribe. But the small town was shrouded in the dim light of the approaching night, without a single light or fire, and without a single sound, and it was quiet and solemn. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with sternness, as if he realized something, and quietly entered the small tribe that had just taken shape as a city. "I'm about to leave China and start a new chapter, involving the Golden Sutra of the Sun, and returning to ancient Egypt. Please pay more attention, log in and click, and ask for recommendations and collections. Thank you." Chapter 88 The Fart King's Order. Please recommend. The night deepened. In the darkness, as soon as Fang Sui entered this small tribe that had already shown signs of being a market town, he sensed a strong breath of death, and there was no sign of any living people. This market town style tribe was not large, but judging from its size, the population should not be less than 200 or 300. When Fang Sui wandered around this small market town as fast as a ghost, he could already conclude that all the people in this small tribe had died. More importantly, he sensed the breath of the evil creature that had disappeared for several months. He showed up again, and from some unspeakable feeling, Fang Sui knew that he was stronger. Fang Sui finally came to the center of the small tribe, in front of a house built of earth and stone, and covered with animal skins. A strange light appeared at the tip of his finger, and a drop of blue blood seeped out. This was the blood of the evil creature that he had found in the Emperor's mausoleum when he first arrived in China a few months ago. Fang Sui had always kept it in his hand with witchcraft, so that he could track the traces of the evil creature at any time. At this time, Fang Sui forced out the blue blood, activated witchcraft, and traced the traces of the evil creature. In an instant, the blue blood in his hand swirled and spread out, like a calm lake, or a smooth mirror. After a moment, a vague figure was reflected in the blood, as if it was running fast. This figure was the evil creature. Just as Fang Sui was looking at the figure in the blood in his hand, the hazy figure of the evil creature seemed to have noticed something, turned around like lightning, and revealed a pair of eyes flashing with dark blue light, cold and ruthless, like a torch. The next moment, something incredible happened. The voice of the evil creature was transmitted through the blood in Fang Sui's hand, and said coldly, "I'm looking for something, and I don't have time to pay attention to you, a reptile. When I find something, I will come back to kill you, a humble human." The picture reflected by the blue blood in Fang Sui's hand disappeared at this point, as if it was cut off by the mysterious power of the evil creature on the other side of the picture. Fang Sui frowned. Although it was through the picture, he could still feel that the evil creature had made great progress and became more powerful than ever before. Fang Sui was growing, and so was the evil creature. Its growth rate was stronger than Fang Sui's. After that, Fang Sui tried to activate the blue blood in his hand, but he could no longer see the picture. He could only vaguely sense that the evil creature was moving very fast in the southeast, and the distance between it and Fang Sui was at least thousands of miles away. Fang Sui thought and whispered, "Going southeast, it's the coastal areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and then it's out of China, and it's the boundless sea. What is the evil creature doing?" It actually went out to sea. At this time, Fang Sui had been back in China for more than half a year. He had already thought about traveling far away again and returning to Egypt. If he could kill the evil creature and Hel Rau before that, it would be ideal. Fang Sui then prepared to chase in the southeast direction. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping horses, and in an instant, a team of Yinchang soldiers came from a distance, with as many as 300 people, driving ancient bronze chariots and approaching quickly. The leader of the team was middle-aged, wearing bronze armor, but he was a big fat man with a majestic appearance, but he was not as friendly as an ordinary fat man. Instead, his eyes were flashing, with a sinister and treacherous look. The team rushed into the tribe at high speed and finally stopped a few feet away from Fang Sui. The leading general, surrounded by layers of soldiers and illuminated by torches, looked at Fang Sui coldly and said expressionlessly, "What are you doing here in the Nanli tribe where a tragedy happened?" Although Fang Sui was surrounded by people, he remained calm and said calmly, "I came here to track down the person who caused the tragedy in this tribe." "Oh. So you are still a good person?" The fat general with a sinister look looked Fang Sui up and down, and suddenly his tone became stern, with murderous intent on his face, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Come here, capture this suspicious person for me. I suspect he is related to the murderer of this tragedy, or even the Avildoer who killed more than 200 people in the Nanli tribe under the rule of my great Shang." Fang Sui was stunned. He had heard of people being tortured into confessing, but this was the first time he had seen such a blatant frame-up, and ordering the arrest of people without asking for the reason. Instead of being angry, he smiled and said, "You were criticized by the court after the tragedy here, so you are going to arrest people at random to take the blame?" The general's face changed, becoming more gloomy. Such a shocking tragedy happened here, and the entire tribe died and disappeared, with no one alive. Especially since this place is not too far from Yindu, the anger of the Shang court can be imagined. Therefore, it is true that the fat general who was ordered to capture and kill the murderer was under great pressure. If he could not gain anything in a short period of time, his life would be in danger, so he actually had the intention of killing the wrong person, rather than letting him go. All suspects would be taken back and severely punished for questioning. Fang Sui's words exposed his thoughts at this time, and he was furious. You are so bold. I have a reason to arrest you. Before and after the tragedy in Nanli tribe, someone saw a young man appearing nearby several times. According to the description, he is similar to you, so I believe that you are the most suspicious, and there is evidence. Fang Sui was secretly surprised after hearing this, thinking that if this general was not completely fabricated, then Hel Rao must have deliberately pretended to be similar to herself. When the evil creature committed the crime, walked around and appeared, deliberately left traces, and was suspected of framing herself. The purpose is of course to hope that the elite soldiers of the Shang dynasty can fight with Fang Sui, or at least cause Fang Sui a lot of trouble. Besides, even if the elite soldiers of the Shang dynasty did not find Fang Sui's trace, she would not lose anything, which is very consistent with Hel Rao's style of doing things. Of course, you have to encounter a vicious general like the one in front of you who is ready to torture him into confessing, and find someone to take the blame. While Fang Sui was thinking about something, the general had already shouted and ordered the surrounding soldiers to take Fang Sui down. He himself was still high on the chariot, with a gloomy expression on his face, looking down at Fang Sui. The surrounding soldiers responded with awe, and surrounded Fang Sui with their weapons. Fang Sui looked around proudly and said dumbly, "If Fang wants to leave, let's see who can stop me." He turned to the general, and said in a deep voice, "You are so confused about right and wrong. It must not be the first time you have done such a thing of wronging someone. You really deserve to die." The general's face turned stern, and he said with contempt, "How dare you? What can I do? You, a lowly person, have the right to comment." Before he finished speaking, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he found that Fang Sui suddenly moved while he was talking, but he was not running away as he expected, but walking towards him. The general reacted instantly and said angrily, "What a lowly person, you still want to fight with the soldiers and resist the orders of the king of Shang." On Fang Sui's shoulder, there was a dozing cat squatting. He walked forward step by step without haste. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He stared at the general and said lightly, "You can represent the orders of the king of Shang. Fang not only wants to resist, but also wants to kill you." When he said this, his tone did not show any anger at all. His tone was as light as water, but the meaning was that he was heroic and fearless. At the moment when the voice fell, he moved suddenly. His body seemed to violate the principles of mechanics, and it seemed to move left and right. The few weapons that stabbed him missed. At the same time, Fang Sui's body was surging with black air, and the undead mummy held a slender magic knife in his hand, as if it appeared from nothingness. Clang, clang, clang. The fierce sound of weapons clashing continued. In an instant, the mummy had come into contact with the layers of defending soldiers. The magic sword in its hand was surrounded by a layer of black air, which was extremely sharp and contained the power of death and corrosion. As soon as they came into contact, the bronze spears in the hands of the soldiers seemed to be struck by thunder and showed signs of being cut off by the magic sword. Until this time, Fang Sui still did not make a move. He followed the mummy, who cleared the way with his hands behind his back and walked into the siege of the layers of elite soldiers of the Shang dynasty. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the light condensed like substance, firmly covering the Shang dynasty general like a sharp arrow. The next moment, he moved suddenly without any warning. At the beginning of the month, I would like to thank Opposition Words, Daliwine and Serious Injury Changlao for their awards, votes, and comments last month. Thank you again for all the other support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Return to the Sea. Please recommend. An astonishing scene happened the moment Fang Sui made his move. As he made his move, the surrounding world changed immediately, as if responding to him in a way beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Not only did the clouds in the low sky disperse and gather, as if they were dispersed by Fang Sui's will to fight, but even the earth was trembling slightly, reaching a wonderful common rhythm with the vibrating divine land in his body. This kind of power is really awe-inspiring. This is what Fang Sui gained from traveling around the world for several months and understanding many mysterious places. His induction with the world has become closer, and his cultivation has increased day by day. The clanging sound kept vibrating, but it was Fang Sui who was moving at high speed, and leaped towards the general to kill him. Many soldiers' spears and halberds were approaching him, but most of them were snatched by him, and then thrown back. It seemed like a stream of light flashing in the void, and every time he hit someone, someone would scream and fall to the ground. There were also a few weapons that touched Fang Sui, but they were all resisted by the dark energy he transformed. There was a devouring force in the dark air. In an instant, all the copper halberds that came into contact with the dark air were inevitably missing. Just like a burning candle, the sharpest part was eroded and disappeared invisibly. The mummy on the other side was surrounded by the smell of death and decay. The magic sword in his hand was as sharp as cold lightning, flashing in the sky, and killed several soldiers in an instant. The faces of the surrounding Yinshan soldiers changed at the same time. Who would have thought that Fang Sui could not only summon the evil and terrifying mummy to the world, but also had such magical powers, showing his inhuman strength to compete with the entire team of elite soldiers. At this time, Fang Sui rushed forward all the way, breaking through 3 layers of defense in succession, approaching the fat general whose face suddenly changed and flashed a trace of horror. Suddenly Fang Sui waved his hand and swept out. The palm wind was like thunder, the air wave was like a tide, forcing back several soldiers who were close to him, and instantly jumped into the air, kicked through the air, and kicked the general who was high on the chariot. The fat general, who was full of treacherous looks, was a brave general of the Shang dynasty. He was naturally not an incompetent person. Seeing Fang Sui coming to kill him, he could not avoid him. He suddenly shouted, "What a bold and untouchable person, I will kill you today." Then he jumped up from the chariot and rushed to meet Fang Sui. His bronze armor glowed faintly, and his fist was surrounded by a layer of green light. He faced Fang Sui's kick head on. Bang! When his fist and foot met, Fang Sui's foot was breathing in and out of the dark energy. At the moment of collision with the opponent, the power was cleverly changed, which made the fat general's punch, which was full of strength, seem to hit the air, and was extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, Fang Sui's other foot suddenly stabbed in the air, like a long spear, and went straight to the fat general's throat. Fang Sui's kick came suddenly, and the momentum was mysterious. Although it was kicked from behind, it attacked almost at the same time as the previous kick collided with the opponent. Fang Sui's unpredictable attack made the general's face change again. He turned over and dodged in a hurry, but at the moment he dodged, Fang Sui shouted softly, and a black light flashed in his hand. He used the art of the dark armor to evolve a slender blade. The general had been able to resist and dodge Fang Sui's 2 kicks, but he didn't expect Fang Sui's moves to be ever changing. In one strong attack, he could even use 3 killing moves in a row, and his methods were extremely cruel. But seeing a faint light flash in the void, the general's fierceness disappeared, leaving only a face full of fear. On his huge head, he couldn't close his eyes, and there was an unbelievable look left. He was killed immediately. Fang Sui used 3 moves in one attack, and instantly killed the general, and cut off his head. Such a decisive and ruthless method made all the surrounding soldiers stunned for a moment. The whole battlefield was silent. Suddenly, the blade of the underworld in the void flashed again, and the general's head was picked up in the air, and thrown to the mummy, which was wrapped in black air, and quickly absorbed and devoured. Fang Sui whistled softly, grabbed the general's headless body with one hand, and calmly carried it with the other hand. He stood on the top of a bronze chariot leisurely, with his long hair flying in the wind, his eyes shining, and looked around the audience. He said loudly, "I'm Fang Sui, and I killed this stupid general today. But let me make it clear, no one in this Nili tribe was killed by me." The voice was like thunder, shaking the void. After speaking, Fang Sui threw the general's body casually, flashed in the air, and went away in a breath. Of course, no one could stop him. After Fang Sui left, the mummy also turned into a wisp of black air and disappeared. After Fang Sui left, he chased the evil creature to the southeast with all his strength. A few days later, he went southeast and arrived at the coastal area of Jiangsu and Zhejiang in the future. Finally, he came to a vast coast. Looking far away, he saw the vast sea and turbulent waves. The sea water was blue and reflected the sky. The roar of the surging waves was like thunder, breaking people's ears. Fang Sui stood by the coast. Seeing the boundless sea, he felt very happy and couldn't help but let out a long howl. When he howled, the air came from his lower abdomen, and the rolling dark power connected the sky and the ground. The majestic howl was really hard to find in the world. Even in the surging sound of the boundless ocean, it was still heard far and near. Fang Sui's long howl lasted for a long time, but it became higher and higher. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, but it was his howl, as if it had become real, and it was unparalleled. Not far away, a wave was hitting the void, as if it was hit head on by an invisible huge force, shattering with a loud bang, splashing thousands of waves, sparkling. When the tide surged again, Fang Sui's whistling sound suddenly stopped, and he suddenly moved, rushing towards the wave. In an instant, he hit the huge wave head on. His figure paused, and then broke through the waves, and continued to run wildly. An amazing scene appeared on the sea. Fang Sui was running on the water so fast on the vast ocean, and he didn't fall into the sea. He used his spiritual power to permeate his feet, lifting his body, and reducing the weight, as if he had used his spiritual power to shape an invisible surfboard under his feet, holding himself on the sea. His figure was extremely light, and he took a few steps, just like walking on flat ground. Fang Sui was as ambitious as Cheyenne Hay, and he was also very skilled and daring. He decided to go deep into the sea alone without any tools. He was not only chasing the evil creature, but also regarded this as another practice to challenge his own limits on the way back to Egypt. He was very fast, going farther and farther. Gradually, he could no longer be seen running on the vast sea by the coast, and his figure seemed infinitely small. After more than half an hour, Fang Sui felt that his spiritual power was about to dry up. At this time, he changed his way of moving, and turned to the dark power in his body, rushing out from under his feet, and continued to support himself on the sea. Bang, bang, bang. Once the dark power came out, it could be hard or soft. Unlike the lightness and shapelessness, when he relied on spiritual power to move forward before, every time he stepped out, there was a surge of dark energy under his feet, and the sea surface was like being hit by a huge hammer, splashing water, and the waves were split to the side, with a terrifying momentum. Fang Sui used dark power and spiritual power alternately in this way, using one and resting the other, just to connect the two, and always maintain the momentum of running on the sea. This scene is indeed rare. A person is galloping on the boundless sea, showing a kind of fighting against the sky and the sea, which cannot be described in specific words. While he was running, he was still opening his mouth to inhale and exhale the air of heaven and earth, constantly replenishing the consumption of the dark air in his body, but he did not waste even the time running on the sea, and regarded it as a kind of practice. When he ran for several hours in a row and felt tired, he would lie on his back on the water, drifting with the waves, waiting to recover. After several days, Fang Sui had already traveled thousands of miles in the vast ocean. In the evening of this day, Fang Sui suddenly saw a strange and ancient sea ship in the mist on the sea in front of him, breaking through the clouds and mist, and coming from afar. The whole body of the ship was made of huge wood. Unlike modern ships, the front end was square and straight, not sharp and protruding, and looked thick and simple. On it hung a huge sea beast skull, which looked ferocious, like a ramming horn. The hull is 10 feet long and a little clumsy, but it is engraved with totems all over, and strange lights are flowing. It is like a fish in water on the sea, running like flying. In this era, it is the first time that Fang Sui has seen such a huge sea ship. He has always been courageous and rarely afraid. Seeing that the ship is getting closer and closer, he did not avoid it. He stood calmly on the sea, rising and falling with the waves, and looked at the ancient ship with scorching eyes. On the deck of the approaching ship, there was a man standing proudly, looking at Fang Sui from a distance, laughing loudly and said, "I saw it from afar, and I thought it was so heroic, running alone on the sea." It turned out to be Brother Fang. Tomorrow is Monday. Please recommend in advance. Please log in and click. I want to rush down the fantasy list. Please help. Log in and click more. I will seriously conceive and make the plot exciting. If I can make the list next week, I will find time to add more. Thank you all. Chapter 90 Ancient Sea Beasts. Please recommend on Monday. Fang Sui was also slightly surprised when he saw the man at the bow. This man was Fuji, whom he had met once when he first entered Shenzhou. The two had entered Huashan together, but then Fang Sui was eager to hunt down the evil creatures, and the two separated. It had been more than half a year since they met again. Fang Sui smiled and said, "How could Brother Fu appear overseas?" As he spoke, he jumped up and boarded the ancient ship where Fuji was. Fuji replied, "Brother Fang, you don't know, I'm originally from Motion Heia. My ancestors lived overseas, and the last time I went to the Middle-earth Shenzhou, I was just to experience the world. It is really a happy thing to meet Brother Fang this time." On the deck of the ancient ship, there were several people standing scattered, both men and women, of different ages, but all of them had extraordinary momentum, and there was mysterious power flowing inside and outside their bodies. Obviously they all practiced. Fang Sui boarded the ship, and was stared at by several people. They all looked like they wanted to make friends. After all, Fang Sui had been running alone on the sea before, fighting against the sea with a majestic momentum that everyone could see. When these people looked at Fang Sui, they all paid a lot of attention to the sleeping cat on his shoulder. It was obvious that they had never seen such a hazy strange cat. Fang Sui looked at Fuji and said, "Brother Fu, why are you going out to sea at night?" Fuji suppressed the joy of meeting an old friend on his face and instead showed a trace of caution, saying, "Since ancient times, there have been countless secrets in this vast ocean. In our Motion Sea Cliff, an ancient book recorded that there is a giant beast in the deep sea. It is unknown how many years it has survived. It is called the Ancient Sea Dragon." He continued, "We recently discovered that the surrounding seas have huge waves and various strange phenomena. This makes us suspect that it is the ancient sea dragon beast recorded in the ancient books that appeared in the nearby seas. Therefore, we went out to sea to chase its tracks. If we have the opportunity to collect the blood of the sea dragon beast, it would be the best." Fuji introduced the people around to Fang Sui. Just by hearing the names, it can be known that the people on this boat are powerful figures from the surrounding seas. Fuji's Motion Heia is one of the most powerful forces overseas. Fuji himself is one of the four masters of Motion Heia, and he came here to lead the pursuit of the Sea King Dragon Beast. On the deep sky, there are hundreds of stars, the moonlight is shining, and the clear light shines on the sparkling sea, reflecting the beautiful spectacle of the sea of stars and the bright moon. The sea breeze blew, and Fang Sui's long hair flew in the wind. He asked again, "Where did the Sea King Beast go?" Fuji turned his eyes to the magnificent sea and said slowly, "We have been chasing it for several days. It has no fixed purpose, and has changed its direction many times. Now it is heading southeast." Although Fang Sui was also curious about the legendary Sea King Dragon Beast, if it did not match the direction he was chasing the evil creature, he would have to give up. Now that they are in the same direction, he might as well go with Fuji and take a look together. When the group gathered at the bow, many people from overseas forces around them tried to ask about Fang Sui's background, or even take the opportunity to recruit him, but he rejected them all lightly. Fang Sui took the opportunity to ask about the terrain and climate change overseas. The big ship sailed on the sea as fast as an arrow. Every time a wave hit, the hull would have totem patterns flashing, resisting the wind and waves, making the hull always stable. When Fuji asked Fang Sui why he went out to sea, he did not hide it, and said in one sentence, "I'm chasing a fierce demon," and followed it to the sea. At the same time, I also regard this trip to the sea as a practice to hone myself. Fuji's eyes sparkled and said, "Brother Fang, this is really bold. You must know that once you are injured in the vast deep sea, the smell of blood will attract groups of bloodthirsty sea beasts, which is really not something humans can resist. Moreover, there are the forces of nature in operation. There are countless dangers on the sea. Sometimes there will even be a kind of sea fog that eats people. Once you are caught in it, it is very difficult to get out. Brother Fang, you must be more careful." Fuji is also a hero. He did not dissuade Fang Sui from going deeper into the sea. He just pointed out the dangers and asked Fang Sui to be more careful. This is because both of them are ambitious and regard any hardship as a good medicine and regard it as an obstacle that must be overcome on the road of practice. Late at night on that day, a roar suddenly came from far ahead of the ship that was speeding along like chasing the stars and the moon. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. The sea surface in the distance was strangely calm at this time. There was no wave rolling. Instead, a vortex appeared, like a huge mouth, that was swallowing people. It was expanding rapidly, as if the entire sea was about to collapse completely from the vortex and flow into the center of the earth. The scene was extremely frightening. Such a mighty power made Fang Sui's heart alarmed. Fuji and others at the bow also looked serious. One of the middle-aged people shouted wildly, "It's the sea dragon beast that is swallowing the sea for food and hunting in the sea ahead. Come on, let's go over." Fang Sui frowned. The power of the sea ahead was so amazing. It was not wise for this middle-aged man to go over. But he was just a guest, and it was not appropriate for him to speak up to stop it. As the ship approached, the vortex on the sea surface ahead continued to grow larger and deeper, and suddenly changed direction, and swirled towards the ancient ship that everyone was riding. The deep sea beast that had not yet appeared under the sea was obviously intending to take this ship as prey. Fuji said with a gloomy face, "We have been chasing for many days, which has aroused the vigilance of this sea dragon beast. This time it is coming fiercely, and a battle is inevitable. Let's work together to activate the totem formation to resist." Everyone responded loudly, and each of them performed 1,000 changing hand seals like flowing clouds and water. In an instant, the witchcraft pattern on the hull immediately emitted a hazy light and shone brightly. The next moment, Fang Sui saw an unprecedented scene. The totem pattern on the hull was controlled by everyone and finally fell off the hull, intertwined into a hole, and formed a totem network with mysterious light out of thin air, connecting the power of heaven and earth and pressing down on the vortex on the sea surface indestructibly. Fang Sui thought to himself that this was the reason why Fuji and his companions dared to chase the giant beast under the sea for days. At the same time, he also felt that his horizons had been broadened. He had just realized that the art of totem could be used in this way. It could gather the power of many people and form a totem array. It was indeed powerful and far exceeded the power of each person alone. Fang Sui did not know their art of connecting the totems. He stood alone on the bow of the ship, watching the giant net formed by the totems, pressing it towards the whirlpool on the water surface. Boom. The giant net of the totem pattern was pressed into the whirlpool. In an instant, no one knew what kind of fierce collision occurred in the deep water. A thunder-like sound came from under the sea, and a huge water column like a mountain rushed out from the sea surface, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Fang Sui secretly said that it was not good. At the same moment, Fuji and his companions' faces changed, and they all started to spit blood. It was obvious that the totem array pattern pressed into the water had not been able to resist the attack of the beast in the sea, and had been damaged. The surrounding sea surface was calm for a moment, and then there was a loud noise. A ridge-like object rushed out, like a giant tail, more than 10 feet long, dark green, with ferocious bone spurs, and pulled towards the ship. Fuji and others stared and shouted wildly, and once again joined forces to form a totem array pattern, and the mysterious light rushed into the sky, holding up the giant tail in mid-air. The giant tail slowed down slightly, but it was still pressing down. Obviously, Fuji and others were no match for the sea beast, and everyone was a little terrified. No one had thought that this sea dragon beast would be so terrifying. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly said, "Brother Fu, we will meet again later. Fang is leaving now." Several people on the boat changed color when they heard the words, and some people almost wanted to yell and curse, obviously thinking that Fang Sui saw that the sea beast was powerful and was ready to escape alone. But the next change made everyone dumbfounded and everyone was extremely surprised. But Fang Sui suddenly jumped up, supported his feet with spiritual power, and stepped into the air for a short time. Suddenly, he produced a series of underworld divine spears in his hand. Woo, woo, woo. The spear tip, which was shining with a dim light, followed the tail of the sea dragon beast, and penetrated into the sea with lightning. At the same time, there was black air in the void, and the undead disaster mosquito appeared. It flashed its mouth pits into the giant tail of the sea beast and sucked it with force. Everyone felt the pressure was slightly relieved, and a wisp of dark red blood surged on the sea surface below. Several people had a thought, the sea beast is injured. At this time, Fang Sui, who was standing in the air, was full of momentum and might. He let out a long roar that shook the clouds and the sea, stepped on the waves, and rushed to the distance on the sea surface. Roar. There was also a roar under the sea, and a dark tide surged, chasing Fang Sui. Both of them were extremely fast, and they had gone far away in a few breaths. But the roars of the man and the beast, like the roar of thunder, rose and fell, intertwined, and became louder and louder, as if they were fighting each other, shocking people's souls, lasting for a long time, and going farther and farther. Soon, this sea area calmed down, leaving the people on the boat looking at each other with pale faces. Who would have thought that this young man was so brave, that he had the courage to attract the sea dragon beast, to chase him in the vast ocean? It's Monday soon. I sincerely ask for your login, click and recommendation. Thank you for your support. Chapter 91, Raising a Cat on an Isolated Island. Please recommend on Monday. On the vast ocean, with waves rising one after another and churning endlessly, Fang Sui stepped on the waves. The power in his body circulated endlessly, and he moved forward quickly like a flying bird. At this time, nearly 2 hours had passed since he left Fuji and others. No matter how fast he was on the sea, he was not as fast as the giant beast under the sea. In the past 2 hours, Fang Sui was attacked many times. He used all his skills and still suffered some injuries. Only then was he able to temporarily get rid of the sea dragon beast and continue to move forward. The sea beast was still 100 feet away, chasing him closely. For a period of time afterwards, Fang Sui was almost caught up several times. Sometimes, without any signs, he would suddenly encounter an attack that broke through the water. Fortunately, Fang Sui seemed to be able to foresee the danger. He could always be a moment earlier and dodge it by a hair's breadth. The process was indeed thrilling. In addition, the deep sea dragon beast was not without scruples about the corrosive power contained in the dark spear thrown by Fang Sui, so it was able to escape danger several times. In such a dangerous situation, Fang Sui was not discouraged. He continued to move forward, constantly thinking about how to get out of the unfavorable situation. This sea dragon beast was indeed terrifying. The undead plague mosquito that Fang Sui had summoned earlier was later shattered into a wisp of black air by its huge tail, which slapped the sea surface and disappeared into the Book of the Dead. At this time, Fang Sui, who was running fast, suddenly saw an isolated island in the distance ahead. He looked happy and ran faster, and finally successfully landed on the island before the sea beast behind him caught up again. Just as Fang Sui landed on the island, a huge water column suddenly rushed up from the sea surface behind him, drawing a long river-like wave in the void. At the same time, there was a pressure as big as a mountain and a sea, spreading in the surrounding sea area. At this moment, even the waves seemed to be frightened by its power and became calm. The raging sea suddenly calmed down like a mirror. From the bottom of the sea, a huge head that looked like a dragon or a crocodile suddenly emerged. It was several feet long, with eyes like two clear lakes, cold and bloodthirsty, dark green in color, and with bone spurs. Fang Sui stood on a huge rock on the island, exhausted. When he saw the sea beast for the first time, several ancient and powerful marine species that should have been extinct flashed through his mind. Was this the emperor lizard, also known as the dragon whale, the overlord of the sea, or a pliosaur, a mosasaur? Fang Sui even thought of the deep sea monsters in myths and legends, or the Gliadon and Megalodon, which were once real and famous marine overlords on Earth, but should have been extinct for countless years. Is it possible that they still exist under the deep sea, have undergone some kind of mutation, and survive to this day? But these possibilities were quickly rejected by Fang Sui. No matter how they change, it is unlikely that they will be passed down to the present. The time span is too long. More importantly, the largest of the above species is no more than 10 feet, which is at least 4 or 5 times smaller than the monsters that floated on the sea outside the island. Since ancient times, the vast ocean has never been understood in detail by humans. Even what species are there in the deep sea? Even in the later generations with advanced technology, people can only have a general understanding. Just from the fact that the area of the ocean on the earth occupies as many as 7 layers, we can know how vast the boundless ocean is. For thousands of years, there have been far more legends about the ocean than about the land. For example, the Great Flood that swept the world was mentioned in countless mythological origins, and countless geographical mysteries related to the ocean, related treasures, and the legendary civilization of the Great Western Continent that sank under the deep sea. All these can show the mystery and vastness of the boundless ocean. The ocean monster that Fang Sui saw at this time is the best proof. This is definitely an unknown mysterious creature, extremely fierce and powerful, and the pressure is like a mountain. At this time, the deep sea dragon beast poked its head out of the water, staring at Fang Sui with hatred with its huge eyes. It closed its eyes for a long time, and finally, it slowly sank into the depths of the sea. The pressure in the surrounding sea area disappeared, and the sea surface returned to calm. Fang Sui slowly let out a breath. The previous escape was really dangerous. Day and night alternated. When the stars and the moon retreated, the morning sun rose again. Morning came. On the island, on the top of a lonely cliff, Fang Sui, who had been sitting cross-legged and practicing all night, opened his eyes again. In an instant, his eyes were as bright as fire, as if responding to the scorching sun in the sky. In the depths of his eyes, a hazy sun shadow also appeared, flashing by. He turned his head to look at the cat on his shoulder. This cat is lazy by nature. Fang Sui has been in danger for many days, but he didn't see it move at all. At this time, it was curled up there, with a faint light flowing around it. It was just like Fang Sui, just finished practicing. The most amazing thing is that, since the cat climbed onto his shoulder, it seemed to be connected to Fang Sui. When he practiced every night, the dark energy in his body would also pass through the cat's body, and the two would circulate together. After more than half a year, the originally illusory and hazy cat seemed to become a little clearer, and its demise became deeper. But this change was very subtle and almost invisible. Fang Sui estimated that, if the cat continued to grow at this speed, it would take at least 100 or 80 years for it to become a complete entity. Fang Sui blinked his eyes, with a hint of doubt in his expression. He still didn't understand whether this cat had any relationship with the ancient Egyptian god Bastet. At this time, Fang Sui's thoughts moved slightly, and black air filled his hand, revealing the Book of the Dead. He began to carve ghost witch totems in it. The purpose was to feed the cat. This cat has been feeding on ghosts for half a year. Fang Sui has to draw ghost witch totems almost every day, and change his job to feed the cat. Fang Sui grumbled repeatedly. The cat had eaten countless ghost totems, but it didn't change at all, and didn't listen to orders. It was really a money loser. The island he was on at the moment was more than 10 miles in area. The central area was lush with vegetation, the outer area was a beach, the middle area was a rocky mountain, and there was a small pond on the island. An island with such a pattern could be said to have all the conditions for survival, so there were actually many wild animals on the island. If there was nothing to do, it would be a good place to live in seclusion without being disturbed. After feeding the cat, Fang Sui collected the Book of the Dead and sensed it silently. After a moment, he frowned. The evil creature's aura that had been looming for days disappeared again, as if it had entered a mysterious place again, thus obstructing Fang Sui's tracking sense. This was not a good sign. It meant that the evil creature might have found a strange place again, and its strength might have made another breakthrough. Fang Sui's night on the island was not peaceful. The sea dragon beast did not stop chasing Fang Sui and leave the sea area just because Fang Sui landed on the island. It was very vengeful. After Fang Sui landed on the island, it kept wandering in the nearby sea area. It appeared near the island twice, watching Fang Sui from afar. Fang Sui was temporarily trapped on the island. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he took things as they came. After a period of time, he practiced and fed cats on the island. In his spare time, he walked around and was extremely leisurely. A few days passed in a flash. Suddenly, Fang Sui, who was looking at the distant sea one day and wanted to leave the island, suddenly felt a sense and turned his head to look in one direction. On the vast sea in the distance, a small boat appeared, driving at high speed towards his island. In the boundless ocean, a small boat that could not withstand the wind and waves appeared. It should only be seen in the offshore area. From this point alone, it can be judged that the person operating the boat must be extraordinary. Like Fang Sui, he is a tyrannical person who dares to cross the sea alone. Fang Sui stood on the top of a cliff. When he saw the small boat appear, his heart moved slightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, the small boat in the distance rode the wind and waves and quickly approached the island. When the boat came close, it was clear that it was not a boat, but a huge dead tree. 3 figures stood on it, like they had taken root. Everyone was as steady as a mountain. Even when the round driftwood was lifted by the huge waves, the 3 people remained calm, showing the calmness of not changing their color even when a mountain collapsed in front of them. Fang Sui hid in a place on the island and looked at the 3 people from a distance. When he saw their faces clearly, a trace of coldness suddenly flashed across his eyes. Chapter 92 Spear Fence. Please recommend. Among the 3 people, 2 were old acquaintances of Fang Sui. Their presence here was both reasonable and unexpected. One of them stood tall, dressed in a white robe, with golden hair ornaments on his head, like an eagle with wings spread out, feathers flying diagonally, a blood moon-like mark on his forehead, and a strong body like a demon god. He was the one who had disappeared for more than half a year. His aura was even stronger, and he faintly emitted a kind of aura that was like a peak standing on the ground, deep and sharp. Just standing there, it gave people a feeling that no matter how much rain or wind blew, or how many waves there were, they could not knock him down. The strange thing was that the other 2 people with him at this time were not the gods of the sacrificial courtyard who had chased Fang Sui thousands of miles along the way. One of them was actually the 3 witch kings of the ghost village who wanted to steal the Book of the Dead a few months ago. He looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, and there was still a trace of paleness on his face, which showed that he had just recovered from the serious injury caused by the Hades cat devouring his natal totem last time. The remaining one of the 3 was a skinny old man with a naked upper body and only a piece of black animal skin around his waist. This old man was the most gloomy and fierce among the 3. Even though he was standing in the morning light, he was still shrouded in darkness and eerie, like a ghost. Moreover, with Fang Sui's extraordinary vision, he could see that there was an invisible cold aura around the old man, with many ghosts. Even in the daytime, there was still a layer of ghost energy that ordinary people could not see to protect his body. The old man's breath and means made people know his identity at first sight. He must have come from the ghost village, and his ghost witch skills were even better than Yinsan, the Witch King. Sure enough, when the 3 of them landed on the island, they heard Yinsen respectfully say to the old man, "Great Witch Master, Yinsen will go to explore this island. We will rest here for a while." The old man called the Witch Master did not speak, but nodded slightly, and Yinsen turned around and flew away. After Yinsen left, only Dungiana and the Great Witch Master were left there. The 2 had similar auras, both of them had the momentum of connecting the sky and the sea. They stood firmly by the shore, motionless. After a while, the Great Witch Master spoke in a gloomy, cold, and emotionless voice. "You and Yinsen went to the place of retreat to find me. They said that there was a man named Fang Sui who traveled all the way from your dynasty to our Shang dynasty. He possessed a sacred book that could communicate with the world of death. Is this true?" For some reason, Zhu Jiana could actually speak the Chinese language and responded in a deep voice, "I came to your village because you are proficient in ghost arts. If you can study the Holy Book of Death that Fang Sui possesses, it will be of great benefit to the practice of the people in your village. If you capture and kill Fang Sui, I can make a copy of the stolen book and give it to your village. I will never break my promise." The Great Witch Master pondered for a moment and said, "That's great." Yinsen also said that he had seen Fang Sui take out an ancient book with his own eyes, which allowed him to easily summon ghosts to the world. "I think this is true." He changed the subject and asked, "How confident are you in tracking this boy down?" Fang Sui's ears twitched. He heard the conversation of the 2 from afar. He understood everything in his heart and thought to himself, Zhu Jiana seems to have gained some benefits in the prehistoric cliff ruins, and his power has greatly increased. He has been hiding for a long time and finally caught up with him, and he has joined forces with the people of Ghost Village. It's really surprising. Zhu Jian responded to the Great Witch Master. Fang Sui's cultivation is growing every day, and he is getting stronger and stronger. If I frequently sense his location, it will arouse his vigilance, so I can only sense it once every few days. When I sensed it a few days ago, he was heading towards this sea area. The direction we are tracking will definitely not be wrong. The Great Witch Master said. What is Fang Sui doing in this vast ocean for no reason? Zhu Jian's eyes flashed, as if he knew the reason, but he did not answer and remained silent. At this time, Fang Sui, who was hiding in the distance, concealed all his aura, as if he had merged with the surrounding world. He retreated quietly without any alarm, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a while, the great wizard who was waiting by the coast suddenly changed his expression, let out a strange roar, and rushed towards the center of the island. At the same moment, Zhu Jian also felt it, and two strange lights flashed in his eyes. He followed the great wizard, and rushed to the center of the island. The two of them were extremely swift, and they swept into the depths of the island like a strong wind, leaving an obvious trace wherever they passed, and the vegetation was split into pieces. After a while, the two came to the center of the island. The grass and trees here were broken, and the trees were damaged. Obviously, in the short time after the two of them felt it and rushed here, an extremely fierce battle had taken place here. The strong fluctuations in the surrounding air have not completely disappeared yet, which shows that the battle here just ended not long before the two of them arrived. The party fighting here is undoubtedly Yin-san. Who is the other person? The Great Witch Master's heart skipped a beat. Yin Sangui was the Witch King of Ghost Village. Although he had just recovered from a serious injury and his strength was damaged, he was still a top-notch master in the world, who was so powerful that he could kill Yin-san silently in the short time he rushed from the coast, leaving no trace of his body. The Great Witch Master looked at Dang Jiana, but saw that his face was cold and his eyes were flashing. He was scanning the surroundings, as if he had already known who had done it. The Great Witch Master's heart moved, and he suddenly let out a ghost-like howl, which was filled with endless fierce power and spread throughout the island. His howl contained a strong provocation and contempt, which was a challenge to the person who killed Yin-san. The whistling stopped suddenly, and the Great Witch Master said, "You dare to attack and kill Yin-san? No matter who you are, you have already forged a deep hatred with my Bashu Ghost Village. No matter where you hide, this Witch Master will pull you out, torture you to death by Lingqi skin peeling, and torture you to death with ghost magic." His voice was stimulated by some kind of witchcraft, so although he did not deliberately speak loudly, it still spread throughout the island. At the moment when the Great Witch Master finished speaking, a young man with bronze skin and sharp features walked out from behind a big tree a dozen feet in front of him and Zhu Jiana. Facing the two great masters of the time, the young man still had a calm face, walked slowly, and behaved calmly. The Great Witch Master laughed fiercely, and was about to speak, but the young man spoke in advance. "Don't talk nonsense. I killed Yin-san. Let's fight." This young man was undoubtedly Fang Sui. The moment he finished speaking, he did not stop at all, and immediately took action, heading straight for Zhu Jiana, whose eyes were shining after he appeared. The meow on his shoulder disappeared with a whoosh. Instantly, the Great Witch Master was startled, but a black light flashed in front of his eyes, and a cat with big black eyes appeared in front of him, staring straight at him. The strangest thing was that the cat was suspended in the air, with no weight or entity. On the other side, Fang Sui stepped towards Zhu Jia, and the black hair in his hand was woven, and in a breath, it formed a spear of the underworld. The black hair was lingering. From 3 feet away from Zhu Jia, he gave a light shout, and suddenly made a move, piercing through with a spear. His spear was very sophisticated, and it had already faintly broken away from the spear fence of fair omens. Instead, it carried a kind of Yui principle that he had comprehended after observing and comprehending countless mysterious places on the land of China for several months. Therefore, when he used the spear at this time, he coordinated the spear method with his steps, stepped on the center, and the spear tip was agile and strange, gathering and shrinking without a fixed point, taking a path that was both strange and orthodox. His spear technique was unique and correct, integrating the innate Yi principles into the spear technique, which was truly unparalleled in power. When the spear came out, the sound of wind and thunder was faintly heard in the void. The spear was like lightning, cutting through the air, with a clever and tricky trajectory that was difficult to defend against. Just from this spear, we can tell that Fang Sui has not slacked off in his practice for several months, and has already entered a mysterious level that is beyond the ordinary. Chapter 93 Soul Eating Cat. Please recommend. Facing Fang Sui's mysterious spear, Lu Jian's expression was serious, and he also showed his rare and wonderful skills. The blood-colored mark on his forehead actually spun and fell off, flying into his hand, turning into a slender moon-shaped light emitting blood-colored light, 4 feet long, which looked like a blood-colored short staff with a moon-shaped blade extending from it, extremely sharp, and the light was flickering. Clang! Lu Jian held the scepter moon-shaped blade in his hand, and swung it out. The blood-colored light surged, and it slashed horizontally on the tip of Fang Sui's spear, defusing Fang Sui's amazing killing power with a clumsy and clever way. Lu Jian was a master of the same level as the evil witch before, and even if he was slightly stronger than the evil witch, he was only one level higher. However, the means he used at this moment could calmly defuse the offensive of Fang Sui, whose cultivation had been continuously increasing, and who had successfully killed the evil witch a few months ago. It was clear that Lu Jian had been making breakthroughs recently. As far as Fang Sui knows, Lu Jian and many other gods, these underworld species that came to the human world, rely on devouring humans to maintain their own strength and appearance. But because they came to the human world, they will be suppressed by a certain rule force, and can no longer gain strength. They can only try their best to maintain their own strength level. Because of this, Lu Jian's strength level has increased significantly at this time, which is not simple. It means that he has obtained some method to break through the limitation of his own strength in the prehistoric ruins. If Lu Jian's power can grow without limit, he will be the next evil creature, which will cause great harm. These thoughts flashed through Fang Sui's mind. The opposite Lu Jia was as ruthless as an iron demon, holding the blood moon scepter in his hand, and said, I obtained the cultivation method given by the gods and demons in the cliff ruins. I can absorb the power of the bright moon, and make a breakthrough in cultivation. You are definitely not my opponent. If you are willing to surrender, and become my subordinate god, you can save your life. Fang Sui said calmly, if you really have the confidence to kill me independently, why do you need to unite with the ghost village? It shows that you are not sincere. Who will win or lose will be known after the battle. The sea breeze blew. Fang Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was cold, his long hair fluttered, and he stood with a dark spear in his hand. Although he and Lu Jia stopped fighting temporarily after a contact, both of them continued to stimulate their momentum, rising layer by layer, and erupted into an invisible force, like a surging tide, surging pressure, and the two confronted and collided. Just looking at the surrounding vegetation, which seemed to be swept by an invisible force, and fell in large numbers, and the sound of thunder in the void, we can see how strong the two people's momentum is. At this time, if either party reveals a flaw, they will be attacked by the opponent like a storm, mercury pouring on the ground, and they will penetrate every hole and leave no gap. On the other side, the situation of the Hades Cat and the Great Witch Lord is even more weird. The Great Witch Lord's face is extremely ugly. He has successively activated several witchcraft and ghost arts, but he never thought that no matter what ghost art, once it approaches the Hades Cat, it will be swallowed up by it and have no lethality. This situation is really weird. You must know that the Great Witch Lord is a world famous figure with extremely powerful strength, but he was silently broken by a cat one after another. This is a situation he has not experienced for many years. The Great Witch Lord went from being contemptuous at the beginning to a gloomy face with a hint of surprise, and it only took a few words. This is the first time the Great Witch Lord has seen such a weird cat. Suddenly, the cat launched its first active attack. It approached the Great Witch Lord at a speed that no one could see clearly. A dark and hazy claw suddenly raised and touched the Great Witch Lord's forehead. This claw was very strange, as if it contained some mysterious principle, accommodating the two completely opposite speed theorems of fast and slow. The Great Witch Lord could not see the trajectory of this fast and unprepared claw at all, but in his perception, he clearly felt that this claw was slowly touching his forehead. At this moment, the Great Witch Lord sensed a fatal crisis. He shouted, and a pair of life ghost totems suddenly lit up on his chest. This totem was different from others. The ghost depicted in it was vague, as if the Great Witch Lord's strength was still not enough to make it clear. Moreover, the aura emitted by this ghost totem was not as eerie and terrifying as that of an ordinary ghost totem. Instead, it was majestic and overbearing, showing a cold purple light. It suddenly rushed out from the natal totem on the chest of the Great Witch Lord and headed for the Dark Cat. When the Dark Cat launched the offensive, Fang Sui's face changed slightly, and his spiritual power was suddenly extracted, and his own momentum was immediately affected. Luciana, who was confronting him, immediately felt it. His eyes suddenly shone brightly, and he showed murderous intent on his face, and attacked without hesitation. At the same moment, the Dark Earth Spear in Fang Sui's hand could no longer condense the power of heaven and earth with his spirit, because of his spiritual power supplying the Dark Cat to fight, and the Dark Spear disappeared. Luciana's murderous intent became stronger, and he sneered and waved the Moonlight Scepter to attack him. Fang Sui was immediately caught in an unfavorable situation of fighting on two fronts. On the one hand, he had to supply the Dark Cat with spiritual power, and on the other hand, he had to deal with Luciana. The situation was unprecedentedly dangerous. The battle on the other side had reached a critical moment at this moment. With a sound of crack, a strange sound came out in the void, as if something suddenly broke. But the Great Witch Lord was horrified, because the claw of the Hades Cat had already touched his forehead. And the purple light of the totem he emitted also hit the Hades Cat at the same moment, causing the Hades Cat's already illusory body to be almost broken up and disappeared. However, just after the claw of the Hades Cat touched the Great Witch Lord's forehead, the Great Witch Lord suddenly felt that his soul fell into darkness, and he lost consciousness and perception in an instant. It was during this short moment, when the soul was shrouded in darkness and lost the ability to perceive, that the black air in front of the Great Witch Lord was churning, and a fierce and corrupt figure appeared. This was Fang Sui using his remaining spiritual power to summon the undead mummy. He held the magic knife in his hand, seized the opportunity, stabbed it with lightning, and pierced the throat of the Great Witch Lord with one blow. The unpredictable Hades Cat restrained the Great Witch Lord, and the mummy attacked and killed him by surprise. This was a plan that Fang Sui had considered in advance, and it really worked in one fell swoop. But he himself was in danger because of this. Not only did his mental power completely consume, his soul was about to break, and he was not able to dodge in time. He was also attacked by Luciana with a blood-colored moonlight in his chest and ribs. Although the wound was not deep, blood still gushed out. In addition, there was a dark and mysterious force in the blood-colored moonlight, which took advantage of the opportunity to invade Fang Sui's body, freezing the blood circulation, and the lethality was strange and powerful. At this time, after killing the Great Witch Lord, the mummy was already unable to continue to support the summoning of the undead, because Fang Sui's mental power was close to exhaustion. It instantly turned into a wisp of black air and returned to the underworld. However, the underworld cat almost did not consume Fang Sui's mental power when it was not fighting, and was not affected. At the moment when the Great Witch Lord died, it retracted its claws on the Great Witch Lord's forehead. An incredible scene appeared because of this. As the underworld cat retracted its claws, a black and purple human-shaped shadow was dragged out of the Great Witch Lord's forehead. This scene was very much like the soul of the Great Witch Lord being caught alive by the underworld cat. His soul struggled frantically, but in the end, it could not escape the fate of dissipating its soul, and was swallowed by the Hades Cat. When his soul was swallowed, the natal totem on the corpse of the Great Witch Lord suddenly turned into a mysterious light, and was also absorbed by the Hades Cat. At this moment, the Hades Cat's body, which had previously fought with the Great Witch Lord, and became more illusory and hazy after being hit, quickly became clear. The mysterious power in its body surged, and in an instant, it actually sent back to Fang Sui an extremely abundant spiritual power, instantly replenishing his mental consumption. Fang Sui's eyes were full of light, and he felt that his state was better than ever. With a light shout, he changed the decadent state of being suppressed by Lugia and launched a fierce counterattack like a raging wave. The dark light in his hand flowed, and he transformed into the Hades divine spear again. The black light was like lightning, and it instantly intertwined and covered the surrounding void. At the same time, Fang Sui's body also emitted a brilliant and dazzling golden glow, and a majestic sound like magma rushing came out of his body. Chapter 94, Dark Spear Piercing the Heart. Please recommend. The life and death battle between Fang Sui and Lugiana became more and more intense. Suddenly, amidst the interweaving of the dark spears and the blood-colored moonlight, a golden light suddenly rose up, just like the scorching sun, shining on the clear sky. It was Fang Sui's fist. Because the golden light was too strong, it turned into a small sun, dazzling and blinding, and could not be looked at directly. The powerful blood in his body was surging, and his arm seemed to have turned into a pillar supporting the sky, and his fist was burning with golden light, like a flame. This light scattered everything around, and the heavy fist force was like waves, one layer after another, almost sweeping the sky and the earth. It was this fist that emitted an infinite violent force, and it slammed on the blood moon held by Lugiana. Under the blazing sun, the blood-colored moonlight became dim, as if it was melted, and finally disappeared completely. Puff. At the moment when the blood moon melted, Lugiana's face turned horrible, as if his soul was torn apart, and a faint crack appeared on his forehead. Lugiana let out an uncontrollable low scream. In this battle, he had the upper hand, but now the moonlight he emitted was melted by Fang Sui's fiery power, and he was defeated. It took less than 10 breaths. Lugiana was full of unwillingness. His demon-like body swayed and suddenly turned into a cold glow with moonlight around his body. He soared into the air and prepared to escape. But Fang Sui's eyes were as bright as arrows, and he clearly caught Lugiana's movement trajectory and threw out the dark spear. With a deep sound of woo, a faint light flashed, and the lightning-like dark spear pierced Lugiana's body that was about to fly into the air, entering from the back and breaking out from the chest. In the void, crystal blood was floating like rain. What was strange was that Lugiana did not die immediately after suffering such a serious injury. He shouted wildly, and the blood in his body flowed like a river, gushing out bloody light. His chest cracked in an instant, and then closed again, separating the underworld divine spear from his body. However, there was an extra bloody heart on the divine spear, which was still bulging and beating. This scene seemed to be that Lugiana had performed some secret technique of using his heart to die in the previous moment, and saved himself from the disaster of death. Lugiana was a terrifying species from the underworld, not a human being. Fang Sui knew this very well, but he still didn't expect that he could have such a strong vitality and could survive even with his heart pierced. After Lugiana used his heart to die in place of death, he ran faster and ran towards the coastline outside the island without stopping. Fang Sui was unwilling to miss the opportunity to kill Lugiana, and then he chased him. Bang, bang, bang. Lugiana, who was seriously injured, was caught up by Fang Sui several times while running, and the two kept colliding while moving at high speed. Lugiana's body was extremely mysterious. It was constantly damaged by Fang Sui's attacks. However, after many cracks, it could heal quickly. Blood was spilled all the way, but it never lost its fighting power. The two entangled along the way, and each of them was injured. In the end, Lugiana and Fang Sui exchanged blows again. Both coughed up blood at the same time, especially Lugiana's injuries. The cracks on his forehead became more obvious. His eyes were full of ruthless and resentful looks, but he did not dare to pause. He took advantage of the situation to retreat, and turned back into the vast ocean and disappeared. Fang Sui was also seriously injured at this time. The main reason was that when the Hades cat extracted spiritual power and killed the Great Witch Lord, Lugiana took the opportunity to attack and was injured. But Fang Sui's face was full of murderous intent. He shouted wildly and ran across the ocean. Relying on his induction, he still chased Lugiana. What made Fang Sui a little puzzled was that his strange cat did not come to join in the fun, but stayed in the place where the previous fierce battle was. I don't know what it was doing. Fang Sui chased him at sea, but soon he could sense Lugiana's presence, which was fading away underwater so fast that it was unreasonable. Later, even his presence disappeared completely, and he could no longer sense or track him. Fang Sui then dived under the sea and searched everywhere, but still could not find any trace of Lugiana. There was only one reasonable explanation, that is, Lugiana used his inhumanly strong body to withstand the pressure of the deep sea, dived under it, and avoided Fang Sui's pursuit. Fang Sui felt very sorry. He did not expect that Lugiana still had the strength to escape under such circumstances. But what is certain is that after this battle, Lugiana would never dare to chase Fang Sui again. It is more likely that he would return to Egypt to recover from the serious injury that almost killed him. Fang Sui thought with some evil interest, the deep sea dragon beast is always wandering around the surrounding seas. It would be best if it ran into Lugiana and ate him. He was injured at the moment and did not dare to stay in the sea for too long. He reappeared on the sea and whispered, "It won't be long before I have to return to Egypt. It won't be too late to settle accounts with these old opponents at that time." After a cup of tea, Fang Sui returned to the isolated island where the fierce fighting had taken place before. He came to the place where the fierce battle took place. After discovering that the Hades cat had devoured the soul of the Great Witch Lord, its body was obviously clearer. It was staring at a beating heart and looking at it steadily. The heart in front of it was blood red. It was Lugia's heart that was pierced by a spear. As soon as he saw it, Fang Sui was also very surprised. The heart was still beating, expanding, and contracting, as if it had an independent life. What was particularly surprising was that a pool of blood had flowed around the heart, like a small pool of water. How much blood was stored in this heart? It was still flowing, and not drying up. Fang Sui said to himself, although I failed to kill Lugiana this time, through this battle, I can conclude that his weak spot is obviously not on his body, so even piercing his heart did not kill him. If the previous spear had pierced his head, he could have been killed. Fang Sui focused on the heart in front of him again. There was a huge blood hole where it was pierced by the dark spear, and a bright red blood different from that of ordinary humans flowed out, which was dazzling and even a little enchanting. Although this heart is not Lugiana's fatal weak spot, it is undoubtedly the source of his blood and ki. It contains the essence that Lugiana has stored in his body after devouring countless humans for many years. The blood and ki in this heart are surging, like a long river surging, making an abundant flowing sound, magnificent and majestic. Fang Sui looked at the dead Great Witch Master lying on the other side. He died on his back, his soul was devoured by the dark cat, but his corpse was almost intact. Whether it is Lugiana's heart or the body of the Great Witch Lord, they are the most precious things to the undead mummy, who is best at absorbing the essence of corpses. The next moment, the dark energy spread around Fang Sui, and the mummy's rotten, skinny, ferocious, and creepy body was born again. Black air swirled in its eye sockets, and it seemed to sense that a very important moment for itself had come. After being born, it looked up to the sky and roared silently, as if declaring war on the heavens. Suddenly, the mummy came to the Great Witch Lord silently, with a hideous posture of its skinny and creepy body. With a whoosh, black hair gushed out of its mouth, turning into a strong gust of wind, and began to sweep and devour the Great Witch Lord's body. However, even though the Great Witch Lord was dead, there was still strange power in his body, and the mummy devoured his body very slowly. Finally, after half an hour, the flesh and blood of the Great Witch Lord gradually melted away, until it was completely absorbed, leaving only a skeleton, which then slowly turned into wisps of blood yellow essence, and continued to pour into the mouth of the mummy. The Great Witch Lord can be said to be the most proficient person in the art of ghost witchcraft in the world. The power of his lifelong practice is related to death. Therefore, although the power aura cannot be said to be exactly the same as that of the undead, it is very compatible in terms of internal attributes. When the mummy absorbed his corpse, it was really a great help. The mummy, which had been hovering on the edge of evolution after many swallowing accumulations, finally broke through a certain pass at this time. The power of death surged on the decayed body, rising layer by layer, and began to undergo unimaginable changes. At the same moment, Fang Sui also saw a mysterious thing with a purple halo flowing in the skeleton left after the Great Witch Lord was sucked clean of his flesh and blood. Chapter 95, Mummy Pharaoh, please recommend. What is even more strange is that the skeleton of the Great Witch Master is obviously different from that of ordinary people. Almost every bone has a series of totems that grow naturally. Some of these patterns are clear and complete, while others are blurred, but they are all very fierce ghost images. Such a strange skeleton is obviously the Great Witch Master practicing some kind of supreme ghost witch magic. He visualizes and carves ghost witch totems on his own bones, and finally forms a supreme ghost witch magic that can raise hundreds of ghosts in one body. In fact, the technique practiced by the Great Witch Master is called the 100 Ghosts Yinking, which is the highest ghost witch magic in the Bashu Ghost Village. Once you can successfully visualize and carve a complete 100 ghosts totem on your bones, and then suppress and command the 100 ghosts with your own Ghost King, this witchcraft can be accomplished. Legend has it that this can be used to transform into a Yin spirit body, open the door to the Yin world, and thus enter the Yin Sea hell, and even escape the shackles of reincarnation, greatly extending your life. This shows how strange and powerful this secret technique is. Unfortunately, the Great Witch Master is far from reaching the level of mastering this kind of witchcraft, otherwise the battle today would have a different outcome. At this time, the Great Witch Master's skeleton engraved with the pattern of 100 ghosts has begun to be devoured by the mummy, and Fang Sui reached out and picked up the mysterious object with flashing purple light from the Great Witch Master's skeleton. But before Fang Sui could carefully examine the object in his hand, something strange happened. His sea of consciousness suddenly became dark, the Sun Golden Sutra disappeared, and the Book of the Dead appeared. A symbol differentiated from the Book of the Dead, overflowed from the center of the eyebrows, fell into Fang Sui's hands, and turned into a book of summons. The pages of the book were opened, and it was covered with black air, showing the image of the undead mummy. Fang Sui was slightly surprised when he saw it, but under the image of the undead mummy, there were also lines of handwriting, explaining the wonderful changes caused by the mummy when it absorbed the Great Witch Master's corpse. If Fang Sui is willing, he can make the mummy's decayed and terrifying body have more mutated totems from then on. The general idea of the handwriting in the Book of the Dead is that the totem on the Great Witch Master's skeleton can be transferred to the mummy, but it is no longer a 100 ghosts totem, but a dead spirit pattern. Its function is to start absorbing the death power spread by the same kind of undead, thereby increasing the mummy's advancement speed more quickly. This is a good thing to improve the mummy's potential. Fang Sui would not hesitate, and immediately chose to carve the dead spirit pattern in the mummy. The next moment, the Book of the Dead, which contains endless mysteries, was filled with surging black air, which stripped off the 100 ghosts pattern on the Great Witch Master's skeleton, and put it into the book. In a blink of an eye, the light in the book disappeared, and a wisp of strange shaped patterns jumped out. Sure enough, the 100 ghosts pattern had been changed, mixed with the essence of death, and sent into the mummy's body. In an instant, the mummy was surrounded by lines containing the true meaning of death. Soon, these lines disappeared one by one in the mummy's body. Then, a thick black gas filled the Book of the Dead, covering the skeleton of the Great Witch Lord, as well as the demon heart of Zungjia, that was pierced by the dark spear, and turned into a pure and powerful energy, which eventually merged with the mummy. At this moment, there seemed to be a kind of death power in the mummy's body, which turned into a river and roared, like human blood, washing its body. The shackles of some kind in the evolution of the undead were finally completely broken by the mummy at this moment. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and even the surrounding sea and the sky were experiencing extremely terrifying changes. But I saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, and the light suddenly darkened, as if the door to the world of the dead was about to open, and death enveloped the world. Within 100 feet, it was like it was suddenly late at night, with black gas everywhere, and the aura of death was everywhere. The mummy stood in the center of the black air. There was no obvious change in its appearance. It was still rotten and ferocious, but the death aura it exuded was rising steadily. It was obvious that an extremely important evolution had occurred, which was different from the previous ones. While the mummy was evolving, Fang Sui looked down at the purple object in his hand that he had picked up from the corpse of the Great Witch Master. It was a piece of material that looked like purple jade, and it was also a bit like it was carved from some unknown bone. It was shimmering with purple light, and it was hard to see the specific details. It was very strange. Fang Sui used his eyes to see the essence of the object. There was also a totem engraved on its surface, which was also the image of a fierce ghost. But the fierce ghost was different. He wore a crown on his head. Although his appearance was fierce, the power he exuded was like that of an emperor, so powerful that it was indescribable and noble. Moreover, although Fang Sui saw the true appearance of the object, the details of the ghost picture on it were still blurred and vague, and he could not see it clearly. The mystery of this object was extraordinary. Fang Sui pondered, and suddenly realized that this must be the secret of the ghost village. The true appearance totem of the Ghost King Emperor was carried by the Great Witch Master and refined in his body, just like Fang Sui had the Book of the Dead in his Sea of Consciousness, which was convenient for him to comprehend at any time. In the end, Fang Sui carefully put away this strange object and prepared to study the mystery in it later. The evolution of the mummy is not over yet. At this time, the Book of the Dead in Fang Sui's hand showed new handwriting again, but it was a relevant introduction to the evolving undead mummy. First of all, the words Undead Army were added before its name, and the full name became a mummy in the Undead Army. This is like a title of the undead, the same as the difference between ordinary people and elite soldiers. The mummies of the Undead Army level are at the same level as Fang Sui's current god system apostle, but they are much more powerful than those who have just entered the apostle realm. In addition, the direction of the mummy's evolution in the future is given a further choice in the Book of the Dead. The book explains that if a mummy who has become a dead army level wants to continue to evolve, it needs to be divided into two different evolutionary directions, the mummy pharaoh and the mummy dead army guard. Fang Sui understood these two directions at a glance. The mummy pharaoh is obviously good at manipulating the magic and curse of the dead, and focuses on the evolution of the spiritual power of death. The other type of mummy guard must evolve in the physical direction of speed and strength. The Book of the Dead also gives the method of cultivating these two types of undead mummies. If you choose to evolve the mummy pharaoh, then in the future devouring, you must focus on devouring the head of intelligent life and absorbing its soul and spiritual power. On the contrary, if you cultivate the mummy death guard, you must focus on devouring the blood, bones, and flesh. The undead have evolved to the current level, and such a wonderful change has occurred, which has greatly boosted Fang Sui's spirits and made his eyes shine. No matter what the considerations are, he decided to cultivate a mummy pharaoh first. When his idea was transmitted to the Book of the Dead, the book changed immediately, and black air filled the air, and strange patterns flashed. At the same moment, the mummy also changed. Its body became more decayed and dry, but the black air surrounding it was multiplied, as if some kind of power in its body was extracted and transformed into the dead air of the undead. Its name also changed again in the Book of the Dead, turning into the terrifying mummy evolving into the pharaoh of the undead army. At this point, the evolution of the mummy was completely over, and the Book of the Dead slowly disappeared. The black air covering the sky in the vicinity retreated like a tide and was swallowed by the mummy's big mouth like a black hole. Then the mummy was also taken away by the Book of the Dead and returned to the underworld. Fang Sui did not rush to leave the island, but was ready to recover and adjust his injuries here. But late at night on this day, a roar like a tsunami suddenly came from the distant sea. This roar was like thunder, and even the island, where Fang Sui was shaken by the roar, which shows how amazing the power was. In the vast ocean in the distance, huge waves were rolling, and something came out from under the sea, controlling the sea water and roaring away. It was a sea dragon beast that lurked under the surrounding seas, ready to seek revenge on Fang Sui at any time. It suddenly floated to the surface of the sea and moved away at a crazy high speed, as if it was eager to rush to a certain destination. This scene was obviously very abnormal. Where was it going? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Undersea Temple. Please recommend. The direction in which the sea dragon beast left at high speed was straight east. This made Fang Sui's heart move slightly. He had previously sensed sometimes strong and sometimes weak, that the location of the evil creature was also in the east. Moreover, Fang Sui also felt that the place where the sea dragon beast was going was extraordinary. There seemed to be a kind of energy in the dark, which was also inexplicably attracting Fang Sui, as if urging him to move in the direction of the sea beast. This sense of power was very urgent. In fact, Fang Sui's injuries from the previous battle had not yet healed, but after a little hesitation, he decided to suppress the injuries temporarily, set off immediately, ran on the sea, and chased the sea dragon beast that seemed to be riding the waves and heading east. On the vast sea, a sea monster was riding the waves. Every time it exerted force, the sea waves were turbulent, as if it was pushing a tsunami wave forward. Fang Sui was several miles behind, walking on the waves, while constantly circulating the power in his body to repair his injuries. The sea breeze blew, his long hair fluttered, and two kinds of energy were running in his body at the same time. On the one hand, he activated the Sun Golden Meridian, surging with the power of blazing flames, flowing through his body, repairing his physical injuries, and on the other hand, he vibrated the divine soil in his body, connecting the key of heaven and earth, and tempering and improving his spiritual strength. This time, Fang Sui chased after the sea dragon beast, running for several hours in a row, like chasing the stars and the moon. When night fell, even though he had already broken into the apostle level, the power in his body circulated, connecting the sky and the earth, and was almost inexhaustible. He still felt very tired. At this moment, he heard the deafening roar again, and it was a sea dragon beast that roared again. Then Fang Sui saw a scene that was memorable enough. In front of the vast sea, the waves were rolling and splitting. There was a fierce creature that looked like both a dragon python and a crocodile. It was green-brown, as thick as a mountain ridge, and uneven all over. It jumped out of the water with a ferocious bone spur. It pounced with a strong sense of power, and after a distance of 30 or 40 feet, it plunged into the water and disappeared above the sea. The sea water was divided by its fierce power, and huge waves were set off. This was the first time Fang Sui had seen the full appearance of this sea dragon beast, since he had been entangled with it. Its complete body was nearly 50 feet long, and its body was so majestic that people could not believe that it was a creature that existed on the earth. From a distance, it looked like a python or a dragon, but it had claws under its belly. It was also like a giant crocodile, with thick uneven folds and scales all over its body. At first glance, it was known that its defense must be extremely strong and unbreakable. The most bizarre thing was that there was a strange light flashing under its belly, as if it was born with the ability to control water. Water belts circulated around its body, pushing it forward at a speed as fast as flying. Fang Sui muttered, "This sea beast looks like a giant crocodile, and a little like a dinosaur. Could it be that it should have been extinct in prehistoric times, and that the overlord level creatures like the emperor crocodile and the mosasaur have undergone mutations that are difficult for ordinary people to understand and live in the deep sea? But how could its body be so huge and amazing?" After that, Fang Sui temporarily stopped moving forward and rested and adjusted in the original place, watching the giant beast draw huge waves under the water and quickly go away. After half an hour, Fang Sui's physical strength recovered, and he stood up and walked again. After several hours, he caught up with the giant beast in front again. This repeated movement for several days. Fang Sui had long lost track of how far he had walked in the boundless ocean, but it was certain that this place must be located in the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean. As they continued to move forward, late at night on this day, the giant beast roared again and suddenly sped up. At the same moment, Fang Sui also sensed that there was a faint strange wave coming from the sea surface, where the sea and the sky met in the distance. Half an hour later, Fang Sui came to this sea area. The sea surface was calm and peaceful, and it was a little weird. There was no vitality of marine creatures swimming and chasing. The sea dragon beast that arrived first was diving. Fang Sui followed and dived down. The sea was not very dark. After descending for dozens of feet, there was a dark blue light coming from the deeper seabed. When he went down 100 feet, Fang Sui felt the overwhelming pressure in the sea and the heavy resistance. He moved his mind slightly, and a black air flowed around him, which evolved into the armor of the underworld. The shape was still very hazy, but the area was much larger than before. It could surround the body and push away the waves. After diving for hundreds of feet, Fang Sui finally saw a boundless mysterious area shrouded in dark blue light in the deepest part of the sea below. It looked like an underwater mountain range, and the light came from the top of one of the peaks. The huge and ferocious sea dragon beast was wandering around the blue light, as if it wanted to enter the light, but it was hesitant, and did not dare to act rashly. There were also many fierce sea beasts around, which were also called by some power, but none of them were as powerful as the sea dragon beast. As it approached, many sea beasts retreated. Suddenly, while continuing to dive, Fang Sui sensed something abnormal in his hand, but it was the blood of the evil creature sealed in his palm, which was emitting inexplicable fluctuations. This means that the evil creature is likely nearby. At least he has been here before, and it was not long ago. Of course, he is still in the mysterious area shrouded in light below, which is also very likely. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with a sword-like light, and he continued to approach downward. He finally saw clearly that the area covered by the dark blue light was not only huge, but also had traces of buildings, like a huge city. This is an underwater relic. Looking at the architectural style in the ruins, it is completely different from the styles of each period, since the history of the earth was recorded. Fang Sui chose a direction to avoid the sea dragon beast, and came to the ruins covered by the dark blue light. The surroundings were cold and gloomy, and the undercurrents in the sea were surging. There were several powerful sea beasts, shaped like giant sharks, but with smoother and more agile lines, swimming not far away, but they all sensed the arrogant momentum released by Fang Sui, so none of them dared to approach. At this time, Fang Sui discovered another strange thing, that is, the ruins below were not soaked by seawater, and were abnormally dry. The dark blue light flashing on the outside was like a protective wall, and it had the power to resist the pressure of the deep sea. Fang Sui's body was surrounded by the dark air, and he reached out and touched it, and easily put his palm into the light without any hindrance. This is strange. Could it be that this layer of light can distinguish between life and seawater, and choose to treat them separately? Living objects can pass through at will, while seawater is kept out. The magic of this layer of light alone is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. When Fang Sui took a look at the ruins, covered by the blue light, he found that there was no sign of life inside, nor were there any corpses left after underwater creatures accidentally broke into it. So, this dark blue light curtain can not only distinguish the difference between life and seawater, but also recognize humans, or the difference between intelligent life and ordinary marine life, and can keep non-intelligent life out. Fang Sui carefully looked at the mysterious ruins outside the light curtain. The ruins were dead silent, decayed and dilapidated, and countless buildings had collapsed. Obviously, this ruins has existed for an unimaginable long time, but it is still not difficult to see the glory of its heyday, and there are many majestic giant buildings in the ruins. The layout of the entire ruins is even more mysterious, with buildings scattered around, and filled with mist. There is an indescribable and compelling atmosphere, as if it is a mythical city that transcends the mortal world. From this, it can be seen that this ruin must have been built by an unknown civilization that was once highly developed. Suddenly, Fang Sui's body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed. In the center of the ruins, he saw an intact ancient temple. This is an extremely mysterious underwater temple ruins. Chapter 97 Intelligent Life in Different Periods. In the ruins deep in the boundless ocean, there appeared a well-preserved temple. This aroused Fang Sui's great interest. His eyes were piercing as he looked at everything in the ruins. The temple in the center seemed to be undamaged from ancient times. When most of the surrounding buildings had collapsed, the ancient temple was even more unique and extraordinary. Above the temple stood a huge statue that held up the sky. It was majestic, holding the scepter of time and space, with the sun and the moon in its eyes, and standing on the waves, like the king of the gods. Around this main statue, there were many other statues, but they had all collapsed, and were far less intact and magnificent than the statue in the middle. The entire ruins were built with a milky white boulder, neat and beautiful without losing its magnificence. Fang Sui observed for a long time outside, and was sure that there was no trace of life in it, nor any obvious abnormality or danger. The ruins were dead silent, with only the ancient temple in the center still operating silently. It seemed to be shrouded by an indescribable mysterious power, which could resist the invasion of time, and thus remain intact for a long time. At this time, Fang Sui turned his head, and looked at the deep sea dragon beast in the distance, outside the light curtain of the ruins, in the other direction. Its eyes emitted two long rivers of light, like two bright moons under the deep sea, staring at the central temple without blinking, but it never dared to impact the dark blue light curtain outside the ruins and really enter the ruins. Fang Sui took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and suddenly stepped forward. The dark blue light curtain parted, and he walked into the ancient and mysterious ruins in front of him, and officially stepped on the stone ground. Fang Sui tried to breathe, and there was nothing unusual. He walked forward on the long street, and there was a dead silence around him. Only his footsteps were rustling. In the silence, it was transmitted from an extremely long distance, which sounded a bit weird and terrifying. Fang Sui used his eyesight and looked around. The damaged buildings in the ruins were very large, and there were many buildings that were more than 3 or 4 feet high. Fang Sui couldn't help but think, the buildings here are so tall, and the collapsed gates must be at least 2 feet high. It doesn't seem like a huge city built for human habitation. What kind of creatures lived here before it was destroyed? No corpse was found in the entire ruins, and not even a single valuable item was left. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that someone had been here before Fang Sui came and took away all the valuable things. The other possibility reveals a strange meaning, that is, this place is an abandoned ruin. Such a magnificent and spectacular temple city, what is the reason that the life that once lived here chose to abandon it? Fang Sui walked very carefully. When he passed by relatively well-preserved buildings along the way, he would enter them to investigate, but he never gained anything. Only in one of the damaged temples did he find a stone that looked like a seawater crystal, flowing with a faint light blue light and a shallow energy fluctuation. At the moment, when this blue crystal was in hand, not sure if it was an illusion, Fang Sui seemed to sense that the golden eagle on the Horus staff on his waist opened and closed its eyes for a moment and took a look at the blue crystal. But when Fang Sui looked down at the scepter, he found nothing. The eagle on the staff had its eyes closed, and there was nothing unusual. Fang Sui played with the blue crystal in his hand and walked through the ruins in silence, without a single sound. The journey was smoother than Fang Sui expected, and there was no danger at all. This should have been a city for people to live in, so it was normal that there were no forbidden killing intentions along the way. But for some reason, the silence in the ruins always made Fang Sui smell the smell of death, and a terrifying feeling of danger was born in his heart. There must have been a reason why this place was abandoned a long time ago. He became more careful, surrounded by the dark energy, and walked along the way, and finally came to the outside of the towering temple. The ancient temple covers a vast area, at least several hundred feet in radius. There are huge pillars in front of it, each of which is like a majestic peak piercing the sky, so tall that it is difficult to see its top at a glance. There is no door in front of the temple. The empty gate emits a blue light, as if there is sea water flowing in the temple, thus reflecting the halo and flickering continuously, giving people a shimmering visual effect. The blue in this temple makes Fang Sui feel familiar. The blood of the evil creature, including the attack light emitted during the battle, is all blue. Fang Sui's face is full of thoughts, and he walks into the temple. At this moment, a loud noise came. It was the sea dragon beast outside the light curtain. It has been staring at the temple across the light curtain. At this time, it found Fang Sui approaching the temple, and immediately let out an angry roar, and suddenly began to collide with the blue light curtain outside. The light curtain was shining brightly, and ripples were growing. The thin light curtain could resist the pressure of the deep sea for endless years. Therefore, although the sea dragon beast had the strength to climb mountains, it could not destroy the light curtain. Moreover, whenever it was attacked, the light curtain would shine brightly, emitting a force like a blue electric arc, fighting back against the sea dragon beast. It was obvious at first sight that the sea dragon beast would never be able to force its way into the ruins in a short time. Fang Sui retracted his sharp eyes like an eagle, turned around and walked again, and soon came to the entrance of the temple and looked inside. The scene he saw shocked Fang Sui. The temple was very empty, with only a statue standing in the center, about several feet high, and the whole body was like a dark blue crystal sculpture. What was shocking and unexpected was that there were corpses standing in the temple, scattered everywhere, and there were no less than 100 of them. Each corpse has a different shape. Some are the same as humans, and some are taller or shorter than humans. The most surprising thing is that Fang Sui also saw a dinosaur-like corpse among them. The feeling conveyed by these corpses is also different. Some have an extremely ancient aura, as if they have been dead in this temple for tens of thousands of years, while others have died relatively recently. Obviously, the corpses in this temple are intelligent life that entered the temple at different times, but they all died without exception. What kind of power is so powerful and eternal that it killed so many lives that entered the temple at different times? Fang Sui's eyes were golden, and he carefully inspected every place in the temple that might be dangerous, but he did not find any danger in the temple. He just felt that the ground in the temple was very strange, like a miniature condensation of the deep sea, emitting a faint blue light, similar to the crystal he had found before, and was now holding in his hand. When Fang Sui's dark power flowed around him, and he really stepped into the temple, he felt his feet softened the moment he landed, just like stepping on the water. The ground under his feet seemed to have condensed the seawater millions of times through some mysterious means, thus forming something like a crystal. It not only glowed, but also had strange power fluctuations flowing, and faintly emitted the sound of the sea tide. It was indeed a magic that had never been seen before. Fang Sui walked forward slowly, constantly looking at the corpses of various shapes he saw along the way, and a great pressure of death surged in his heart. Is this a temple of death? Why are there so many corpses? These corpses are obviously from different periods, and it is unknown how long they have existed in this temple, but the strange thing is that none of them are damaged and decayed, and their images still remain the moment before death. Some of them have strange expressions on their faces, as if they did not realize that they would die suddenly until death came. Everything in the temple seems to be protected by a mysterious power, and will never be destroyed. Fang Sui had a bold association. Could it be that this place has existed for an unimaginable long time, as early as the period when the first advanced civilization appeared on Earth, which is the legendary First Solar Era? If this guess is true, then the remains in this temple from different periods, some of which do not even look like humans, can be reasonably explained. They are intelligent life that lived on Earth in different solar eras. Soon, Fang Sui came to the center of the temple while thinking and analyzing, and looked up at the dark blue crystal-like, strangely brilliant statue. At this moment, an unexpected and terrifying change suddenly occurred. Chapter 98. Things in the statue. Please recommend. When Fang Sui looked up, the towering statue, which seemed to be flowing with the essence of seawater, had a faint light on its forehead, as if it had opened an eye that had been closed for thousands of years. The strange eye of the statue met Fang Sui's gaze. Boom. At this moment, Fang Sui was invaded by a powerful spiritual force. It felt as if an irresistible force had pulled his soul out of his body, and in the form of spirit, it crossed the obstacles of time and space and the endless distance, and came to a boundless darkness. This seemed to be the starry sky, or the depths of the boundless sea. In an instant, Fang Sui felt like he had experienced a long journey from one end of the vast universe to the other. A sense of immortality filled Fang Sui's heart, regardless of the passage of time. In the end, his soul seemed to have returned from the parade on the other side of the starry sky, and found his body again. All consciousness and induction were instantly reversed. This was like a spiritual baptism, but it was not kind. If he could not bear it, Fang Sui would die silently in the process just now, and his soul would fall into darkness forever. A moment ago, in that moment, that was both instant and eternity, it seemed that the endless time was folded into a point. It was the Sun Golden Sutra that vibrated in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, breeding golden ripples, which illuminated the endless darkness of time folding for him, allowing him to wake up again and spend the terrifying spiritual experience of an instant eternity. Fang Sui suddenly opened his eyes. He finally knew where the corpses of many intelligent lives that entered the temple in different solar eras came from. It was the terrifying light emitted from the forehead of this statue that made the intelligent lives that entered here experience the previous time folding. They died silently. Fang Sui was furious. It was as if a devil lived in this terrifying statue, corroding and collecting every life that entered the temple and devouring their souls. It may even send out a spiritual call at a fixed time. At this time, the sea dragon beast that was constantly hitting the dark blue light curtain and the outside world, as well as Fang Sui himself, were all called by this mysterious soul, so they came across the endless sea. Fang Sui's hand turned with a faint light, and a clanging sound rang out. His fist gave birth to the underworld fist armor, and the gravity was like a mountain. He waved his hand to attack. Bang! He hit the statue with this punch, and the whole temple trembled, showing how huge and powerful the power was. But the statue was not damaged at all, and a wave like a sea tide was emitted from it, which easily resisted Fang Sui's bombardment. Fang Sui knew immediately after the blow that, even if he continued to attack, it would be difficult to damage the statue. He walked around the base of the statue, and checked it out. When he came to the back of the statue, Fang Sui saw an inscription on the base of the statue, which was about 10 feet in size. Normally, the inscription on the statue should be used to describe the origin of the statue and the time of its construction. But the content of the inscription carved on the back of the statue is no longer recognizable, with obvious traces of scratching, as if someone was extremely angry with the statue, but could not destroy it. So he came to the back of the statue and destroyed the inscription to vent his anger. The inscription was scratched with gullies, but there were still a few words that seemed to be carved later to cover up the original content. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with the message that the Sun Golden Sutra had sent out, which contained all the basic strokes of the characters. Countless strokes were intertwined and combined, and soon derived the handwriting form on the inscription. So Fang Sui was able to understand this kind of text that he had never seen before. Fall, God, demon, everything is on the verge of destruction, migration. The handwriting was extremely damaged, and Fang Sui could not see more information. Only these few incoherent words appeared. According to the literal meaning, it was barely connected together. It seemed that something had fallen into this miraculous underwater giant city, which led to a destructive disaster. The intelligent life that originally lived here chose to avoid migration, causing the wasteland here. Fang Sui returned to the statue, his eyes blazing with golden light. He actually looked up at the statue's terrifying forehead, which contained the secret power of devouring souls. The statue's forehead reacted immediately, and once again emitted a strange light, like an eye. Fang Sui's eyes moved, and the light suddenly became stronger. He pushed the Sun Golden Sutra in his sea of consciousness with all his strength. With a hum, the Sun Golden Sutra emitted an unprecedented light, and a big sun appeared on Fang Sui's forehead, shining brightly. Crack. Wisps of green smoke rose from the statue's forehead, but it was no match for the supreme firepower of the Sun Golden Sutra, and a crack appeared. At the same moment, the Hades cat, which had been staring at the statue with its eyes wide open since entering the temple, suddenly disappeared from Fang Sui's shoulder. The next moment it hovered in the air and stretched its claws into the broken forehead of the statue, pulling out as if to grab something from the statue. Instantly, a scream came from the statue. The sound was shrill and dark, like a ghost. As the claws of the Hades cat retreated, a ball of colorful light, as bright as water, was hooked out from the head of the statue. As soon as the light appeared, it immediately condensed and changed, and became a skull in an incredible way. Fang Sui was surprised to see the Hades cat holding the skull back. It contained a strange light, very similar to a human skull, but it was definitely not a human skull, not only because the whole skull was as bright as ice crystal jade, extremely smooth, and completely different from the human skeleton. More importantly, there was a hollow position between the eyebrows of the skull, representing the third eye. What kind of creature is this, with 3 eyes? Looking at the mysterious skull in front of him, Fang Sui remembered the mystery of the Mayan crystal skull that he had heard of. In 1942, British explorer Mitchell Hedges discovered a crystal skull in an ancient city in Central America. It can emit a moon-like halo at night. It is said that it stores a lot of knowledge and is a gift from aliens to the Earth from the Sirius constellation. The American Indians also spread another ancient legend. There are 13 crystal skulls in the world. These crystal skulls hide information about the origin and death of mankind, which can help humans solve the mystery of life and the universe. According to an older legend, people must find all the skulls before the world is destroyed. Unless the 13 skulls are gathered together and placed in the correct position, the earth will fly off the axis and an extremely terrible disaster will occur. Only by doing so can the supernatural power of the skull save the earth. The relevant legend flashed through Fang Sui's mind. Will the skull in front of him be similar to the crystal skull, discovered in later generations, but the spiritual power in it is more powerful and more evil, with amazing lethality, and can devour human life? Fang Sui also sensed a huge spiritual power similar to the fluctuation of life from the mysterious skull. To a certain extent, it is still a living foreign body. When the skull was taken out of the statue by the Hades cat, the temple seemed to have lost the protection of some kind of power. In an instant, the temple seemed to have experienced thousands of years of baptism. The corpses of those suspected intelligent life forms from various solar eras decayed silently and eventually disappeared completely. At the moment, when many corpses disappeared, a voice came from outside the temple, saying coldly, "You didn't die under the attack of the origin of the third spiritual eye of the Yasu tribe, and you successfully took out the skull. It's great." Following the voice, two people walked in from the main entrance of the temple. The evil creature and Hell Rao. Chapter 99, Fierce Battle. Please recommend. Before entering the ruins of the underwater temple, Fang Sui had already sensed the breath of the evil creature. But he didn't expect Hell Rao to be here too. She was wearing brown short leather armor, which made her figure more slender. She wore leather boots of the same color, and had long legs. She held a sheathed curved blade in one hand and a soft whip on her waist. Her breath was much stronger than before. Obviously, searching for opportunities with the evil creatures had benefited Hell Rao a lot in the past few months, and her cultivation had improved rapidly. She looked at Fang Sui expressionlessly, with no waves in her eyes, as if the two had never met before. As soon as the evil creature entered the temple, his eyes shone with a cold blue light, and he looked at Fang Sui with contempt. His figure was taller and stronger than the last time he saw him, and his handsome face was as flawless as a sculpture, but his eyes were still full of sinisterness and ruthlessness. He stared at Fang Sui coldly, and his murderous intent was not concealed at all. Seeing the two people appear, Fang Sui's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "You two hid in the ruins, and did not appear, until I took out the skull." From this, it can be seen that the purpose of your entry into this place is to obtain this skull. The evil creature admitted, "Yes, I thought you would die under the gaze of the spiritual eye of the Yasu skull hidden in the statue. It was she who suggested that we could use you to try to take out the Yasu skull first. I didn't expect you to really take it out, which saved us a lot of trouble." The she that the evil creature was referring to was naturally Hell Rao. Fang Sui glanced at the silent Hell Rao, thinking that this woman's heart was really soft, which was rare. It seemed that she regarded everyone as a tool. Fang Sui said, "So what if we successfully took out the skull? If you want it, come and get it." Hell Rao glanced at Fang Sui, suddenly sighed, and said, "Actually, you can join us to find the relics of the gods. That is the only way to leave this world and enter a wider world. Once successful, it will be such a desirable thing. As for pursuing the abode of higher life, no matter how hard you try, you can't do it independently due to your own limitations." What Hell Rao said revealed that her purpose all along was to chase the footprints of gods and demons. Fang Sui said unmoved, "Humans' potential is beyond your imagination, Hell Rao. You can wait and see whether I can do something. Of course, that requires you to escape from my hands today." Hell Rao laughed contemptuously, as if lamenting Fang Sui's arrogance and ignorance. Suddenly, she stopped laughing and said coldly, "Do you think that only you are making progress, while we are staying where we are? I proposed cooperation, and you refused. Then we are mortal enemies. I wonder how long you can live." The evil creature sneered and walked towards Fang Sui. As he walked forward, he slowly raised his hand and pulled out a dark blue strange weapon from his palm, which looked like ice and crystal. The whole process seemed to be derived from his blood to form this weapon. This is indeed a magical method that no one has ever imagined. The weapon was like a slender four-sided sword blade, dark blue and thin as paper. On it flowed light spots that looked like snowflakes and starlight, gorgeous and dazzling. As soon as the weapon came out, the whole temple was filled with murderous intent and the temperature dropped sharply, as if falling into an ice cave. It can be seen that it is extraordinary. The evil creature held the weapon in one hand and said coldly, "I have been running around for many days just to find strange objects. Open the dormant blood power in my body and take out my blood soul soldier. You will be the first apostle level death under the soul soldier after I was born this time. Everything about you will be melted by the soul soldier and become a part of it." Just as he finished speaking, a blue lightning flashed in the temple and struck Fang Sui on the head. The evil creature's move really showed its terrible improvement in the past few months. Not only was the speed and strength he displayed unmatched, but more importantly, the might of the soul soldier was so fierce that it had the tendency to freeze the entire temple, and around it, there were dazzling rays of light. As the soul soldier slashed at Fang Sui, these rays of light intertwined, sealed the void, and the surrounding pressure increased sharply, making it very difficult for Fang Sui to dodge. This shows how powerful this attack was. At the same moment, when the evil creature attacked, Fang Sui's hand was transformed from nothing to reality, and an ethereal divine spear was quickly derived. With a slight shake of his strong wrist, the spear tip flew, and the cold light was like snow. Under almost impossible circumstances, the spear tip pierced the evil creature's weapon with magical skill. Clang! The weapons of both sides touched, and a sound of metal clashing was heard. The result of this attack was that Fang Sui's body shook slightly, but he was on the defensive, so naturally he could not accumulate enough power as the attacker, so this attack was almost a draw, which surprised Hel Ryu who was watching. It should be noted that the evil creatures and herself have found many mysterious places in the past few months, and obtained several rare and precious objects from them. In the end, they were refined into their bodies, and their strength increased so much that even rapid progress is not enough to describe it. Hel Ryu originally thought that they had long surpassed Fang Sui and could easily suppress and kill him. However, she did not know that Fang Sui's body, which had been burned by the scorching sunfire crystal, was different from that of ordinary people. Even every cell had unlimited potential. In recent years, he has stepped on mountains and rivers, experienced life and death, and practiced the unpredictable Book of the Dead. Naturally, the speed of his progress is far beyond anyone's imagination. At this time, Fang Sui and the evil creatures each displayed their killing moves and fought fiercely. For a while, it was difficult to tell them apart. Although Hel Ryu was a little surprised by Fang Sui's skills, she was full of confidence in the evil creatures. She stood aside and did not pay much attention to the fight between the two. Her eyes were more focused on the three-eyed skull held in the claws of the Hades cat under the statue in the hall. Suddenly, the evil creature in the battle laughed and said, "How powerful is this move of driving soldiers with spirits?" But when he was about to make a move, he suddenly let go of the blood soul weapon he was holding in his hand, causing it to float in the air, and it was as agile as a dragon, attacking the enemy on its own, just like the legendary sword, without the evil creature holding it and controlling it. He took the opportunity to approach Fang Sui like a ghost, and punched Fang Sui in the chest. Even though he immediately transformed the underworld armor on his chest to resist, Fang Sui was still invaded by a cold force. His face turned pale, and while retreating, he had to deal with the strange soul weapon that moved autonomously in the air, as if it had life. Suddenly, the evil creature approached again. When this evil creature and its blood-derived weapon attacked in two ways, Fang Sui felt like he was facing two opponents of the same level, and the pressure doubled. The evil creature took advantage of the opportunity to attack, and gained the upper hand. The fight between the two became more intense. Their figures rose and fell suddenly, moving like lightning. Every collision between the two was like a surging sea tide, with surging airwaves and shocking turbulence. Gradually, both of them were injured by the other's attack, and their bodies were covered in blood, but the fight became more intense. Suddenly, Fang Sui's eyes suddenly brightened, and the dark spear in his hand suddenly changed, turning into a curtain of light, attacking like thunder and lightning, fierce and fierce, unprecedented. The evil creature was caught off guard, and his evil weapon, which was derived from his blood and was like a part of his body, was forced back. At this moment, the dark spear in Fang Sui's hand, which was attacking urgently, suddenly disappeared, as if he was ready to fight the evil creature with his bare hands. Hell Rao, who was watching, was stunned and thought in surprise. She looked for a moment before she realized that Fang Sui had not abandoned the spear, but that the spear tip was driven by his dark energy, changing in a myriad of ways. Sometimes it appeared in his hand, sometimes it disappeared, and most of the time it was invisible to the naked eye, which made it look like the dark spear disappeared. The spear technique Fang Sui displayed at this time was still the dark spear hiding technique he used to kill the evil witch. But as his practice deepened, his spear technique became more and more superb. A section of the spear tip appeared and disappeared in his hand. Sometimes it was a complete spear, and sometimes the dark energy was swallowed and exhaled, revealing only the tip of the dark spear, mixed between the palm and fingers. This strange way of using the spear had abandoned the limitations of the spear itself. When the spear tip was short, it was like a knife or a dagger, changing lightly, with no trace of trajectory, carrying the mysteries of heaven and earth in it. If the spear tip was long, it would return to the ordinary spear, halberd, and halberd, opening and closing, and the offensive was as fast as a long river. This kind of magical method is equivalent to integrating all kinds of weapons into one, and its power can be imagined. This is exactly what Fang Sui did after he understood the way of combining the strange and the right, and he became more and more proficient in the art of evolving the armor and soldiers of the underworld, and he could control it freely. Therefore, the combination of the two has become a unique skill, which is unique in the world. At this time, Fang Sui's spear power opened and closed, and thousands of spear shadows gathered around him. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. The spear tips in the hall seemed to flash like thunder. The evil creatures had the upper hand in the battle, but now Fang Sui brought them back to a disadvantage. This battle between the two was truly unprecedented, far exceeding any previous battle. At this moment, Fang Sui's spear power changed again, and it was even more fierce and severe. Suddenly, a shout sounded, and he slowly thrust out a spear. This spear seemed to be pushing a heavy mountain. The spear power was extremely slow, and everyone could see it clearly, but it contained the idea of piercing through the universe and the universe, and there was even more momentum, locking the evil creatures tightly, making it difficult for them to escape. Hell Rao's expression became serious, knowing that the battle between the two had reached a critical moment to determine the outcome. Chapter 100, Change of the Scepter. Please recommend. The temple under the deep sea ruins was filled with murderous aura. Even though the evil creature was facing Fang Sui's amazing spear that seemed to have the power to pierce the sky, it was still not afraid. A fierce look flashed across its face. With a wild shout, it held the blood soul weapon in both hands, and faced the spear tip stabbed by Fang Sui. Fang Sui showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the dark spear in his hand, which weighed more than 10,000 kilograms, suddenly disappeared. This was the first time the evil creature lost color since the war began. He had never thought that Fang Sui's spear, which was as heavy as a mountain, would be a fake move that could be released and retracted at will. At this moment, Fang Sui dodged and rushed out, and when the evil creature used the wrong force and was ready to meet the previous spear with all his strength, he forced it to the side. With a clang sound, Fang Sui's hand flashed with a faint light, and it turned into a dark spear again, surrounded by black air, and there was a blazing sunlight light combined with the black air, which flashed on the spear tip. The two figures suddenly merged and separated, and the evil creature jumped away for several feet. Suddenly, a golden light lit up on his chest and ribs, getting bigger and brighter. It was a dazzling golden flame, seemingly weak, but with the power to burn everything. This flame was caused by Fang Sui's previous sideways movement, when he transformed into a dark spear and stabbed into the evil creature's chest and ribs, sending out the dark energy and yang fire at the same time, which was rampant and destroyed its vitality. Fang Sui's attack was very dominant and severely damaged the evil creature, but he was also injured by the opponent's counterattack, and a new wound was added to his shoulder blade. After the collision, the two separated temporarily and stood opposite each other, but they were still entangled with each other and did not let go. At this time, a fierce shadow suddenly flashed. It was a soft whip, like swallowing and spitting, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, whipping towards Fang Sui's neck. It was full of power. If Fang Sui was hit, he would probably die immediately with his tibia shattered, which showed the spiciness of this whip. The one who saw the opportunity and attacked where the whip was Hell Rao. She saw Fang Sui injured in the fight with the evil creature and immediately attacked, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Fang Sui. But Fang Sui snorted coldly and reached out calmly, as if he had expected it, and grabbed the whip in his hand. The next moment, his entire palm turned golden, and a ray of flame ignited the whip and instantly burned to the other end of the whip. Hell Rao screamed, and before the flames approached her, she let go of the whip in panic. Even so, she still felt a hot destructive force that almost invaded her body. She felt as if her whole body was placed in boiling water in an instant, and even breathing was difficult. After a while, this terrifying feeling of being burned by fire weakened, but Hell Rao was already terrified and horrified. Only then did she realize that Fang Sui's tyranny was far beyond her expectations. Just as she looked at Fang Sui again, she happened to see Fang Sui glanced at her with disdain. Suddenly, a dark aura filled his body, and a mummy came from the underworld, leaping out like lightning, rushing towards Hell Rao. Fang Sui said coldly, "My mummy comes from the underworld, and it is a perfect match for you, Hell Rao. You two can try to fight against each other." Fang Sui's words were full of sarcasm, implying that Hell Rao was like a mummy, completely inhuman. Hell Rao naturally understood it as soon as she heard it and was extremely angry, but she couldn't speak to respond because the mummy was coming to kill her. Fang Sui said to the evil creature opposite, "How does this attack taste?" This was a response to the words that the evil creature had said when it had the upper hand before. Tit for tat. The evil creature, whose chest and ribs were being burned by the flames, snorted coldly. This time, he didn't collapse at the first touch, like he had been burned by Fang Sui's scorching sun fire in the past, and was seriously injured and dying. A dark blue cold current permeated his body, flowing on the golden flames at the chest and ribs. For a time, the wounds burned by the flames began to heal slowly. The dark blue liquid seemed to be an energy substance derived from the evil creature's bloodline power. In the fight against the flames, a large amount of it was consumed, which made the evil creature pale, but the fierceness in his eyes increased. He stared at Fang Sui and said, "If I still can't do anything about your flame power, how can I show up to kill you? A few days ago, I found the Sky Sea crystal in this ruins, and triggered the bloodline power in my body, which can suppress your flame. You have lost the support of the flame power, and you will die here today." This evil creature is indeed very difficult to deal with this time. On the other side, Hell Rao and the undead mummy are engaged in a fierce battle. The mummy that evolved towards the direction of the undead pharaoh has greatly changed its ability, and is no longer the previous strong attack. The original demon sword in its hand has also become straight like a slender strange staff. It is held in its skinny and rotten hands, and it is filled with layers of black air. There is also an evil curse power hidden in the black air. When Hell Rao was fighting with the mummy, she was attacked by an inexplicable force without knowing it, and there were signs that the vitality in her body was fading. It should be noted that Hell Rao's cultivation has been breaking through in the past 6 months, and she asked herself that she was no less than anyone in the world. Who would have thought that even the mummy summoned by Fang Sui would suppress her at this time, which surprised Hell Rao and greatly hit her confidence. She had never encountered such a strange and invisible curse method as a mummy in her life. This evil magic made her face change again and again, and fear grew, and she was completely suppressed. At this time, Fang Sui used the power in his body, and the light in his eyes suddenly became strong. The flames of war were instantly blazing. He looked at the evil creature who had also suppressed his injuries. It was as if there were two lightning bolts colliding in the void, and it seemed that the war would start again and again, and it would be a matter of life and death. But at this moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The Horus staff that Fang Sui had put on his waist suddenly changed with a strange glow without any warning. The eagle on the staff flew up into the air at a speed faster than anyone could catch with their eyes, and arrived in the center of the hall, in front of the statue whose three-eyed skull was taken out by the Hades cat. With a snap, the eagle's claws were like a knife, cutting open the chest of the statue and grabbing out a water blue crystal the size of a head. The crystal was full of blue light, brilliant and dazzling, as if it had melted the essence of the starry sky and the sea. It was obvious at first sight that it was an extraordinary thing. The moment it grabbed the crystal, the eagle began to grow rapidly. In just a moment, its wings had spread out, exceeding 10 feet, and correspondingly, the crystal under its claws shrank rapidly. Obviously, the eagle was absorbing the energy contained in the crystal. A complete crystal of sea and sky. When the Horus eagle absorbed the crystal, the evil creature's face was full of surprise and anger. His main purpose here was, of course, to obtain the three-eyed skull of the Yasu tribe. But the other target was the complete crystal hidden inside the statue, which supplied it with energy for thousands of years, and condensed the essence of the starry sky and the ocean. It contained endless and majestic energy, and was originally a treasure that the evil creatures wanted to obtain. However, it was absorbed by the revived Horus eagle first, which made the evil creature very unwilling, and shouted in anger. The eagle had absorbed all the energy in the crystal of sea and sky in a blink of an eye, and the crystal disappeared completely. The Horus eagle grew to a wingspan of more than 3 meters, with shining feathers and countless wonderful and brilliant spells around its body. The third eye of Horus on its forehead closed, but the other 2 eyes that were originally closed opened instead, piercing out a sharp and terrifying light that looked at the world and looked at the evil creature. Suddenly, the wings of the Horus eagle moved slightly, flashing like light and lightning, and it had already come above the evil creature and stretched out its claws to attack. This is the 100th chapter. Thank you very much for your support. There will be more chapters on Sunday night. I hope you all have a happy reading. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.